Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
quería iniciar con un mensaje que le escribí a
At 6:37 p.m., welcome. Roll call of members of the Administrative Cabinet, Interim Superintendent.
Present.
Gioconda Padilla,
Present.
Dean Cochran. Present. And Isela Castañon. Present. And Ms. Jasmine Chavez Diaz will not be present today.
Thank you. Item 5B, we have a special guest today from Rivera Middle School. We would like to call up our principal, Mr. Y, to introduce our student, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you to the board and the district for inviting Rivera Middle School here this evening. My name is Lauren Yanarella, principal of Rivera Middle, and I'm here tonight to introduce one of our amazing students, Miss Khalees Diaz. She is a ray of sunshine at Rivera Middle School. She is always smiling, and her positive spirit has a way of brightening the day for everyone around her. She is not only an exceptional student, but an exceptional human being. With a 3.895 GPA and a rigorous schedule of advanced courses, Khalees has demonstrated outstanding academic achievement. She is also one of our peer mediators, an amazing student athlete, and a kind, thoughtful, and respectful role model on our campus. She leads by example and represents the very best of Rivera Middle School. When I asked staff for recommendations for this honor, a few names were mentioned, but Khalees was the one that everyone agreed upon. That kind of unanimous praise speaks volumes about her character, her leadership, and the way she treats others. It is my honor to introduce Ms. Khalees Diaz to say a few words about Rivera Middle School, as well as lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening, everyone, and happy Tuesday. My name is Khalees Diaz, and I am a 7th grade student athlete at Rivera Middle School. I was raised by my mom in Northeast Los Angeles from birth to about 8 years old. Then we moved to Pico about 4 years ago. Since I've lived here, my life has been pretty blessed. I had a rough time during kindergarten through 3rd grade. In 4th grade, I attended Valencia Academy of the Arts, and it was great. Finally, a breath of fresh air. I was slowly starting to like school again. Once I hit 6th grade, I'm not going to lie, I was pretty nervous, but then I felt so much relief once I got the hang of 7 classes a day and support from my teachers and staff. Now let me tell you about 7th grade. This year has been pretty good. If I can describe Rivera Middle School this year in one word, it would be supportive. The administration, teachers, and staff have all shown kindness, support, and patience towards myself and all the students. Rivera Middle School has multiple resources for students, a family-oriented atmosphere, and puts our safety as a priority. I would like to give a few extra thank yous to Mr. Y, my principal, Mr. Mason, my assistant principal, Mrs. Cochran, for being my advocate and history teacher, Mrs. Garcia, my counselor, and Mr. Aranda, my accelerated math, for always making sure that my feelings are valid, for being good listeners and giving great advice, for supporting me in my decision-making, and above all, for creating a safe and comfortable environment through our school. Thank you, Rivera Middle School, for helping me love school again, and thank you, our Rancho School Board, for the opportunity to speak my truth. May God bless you all. And may you please all stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you.
Khalees, if you could stay right there, please. Just wanted to thank you on behalf of the board for sharing your story with us. Your principal's comments were profound and inspiring to see how you're leading and growing at Rivera Middle, so we're really super proud of you. And you did not show any inches of being nervous. I think I'm more nervous than
Thank
you are.
Thank
So
you.
fantastic. You did a great job. We have a certificate for you. And if you wouldn't mind, we'd love to take a picture with you.
Of course.
Yes.
One with mom? Yeah. And my parents too? Okay.
Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. One more, and perfect. And we got it here. So just with the principal, and then maybe we can get the family. And then 3, 2, 1. Very nice. And then family, if you want to come up. Three, two, one. One more, and got it.
All right. Thank you once again, Khalees and Mr. Y. Appreciate it. Moving on to item 6, adoption of the agenda. Approve the agenda of the regular Board of Education meeting for April 21st, 2026. I know we have some amendments.
We do. Item 13C, replace attachment. It's available at the registration table. Item 17A2, replace the attachment, also available at the registration table. Item 17A4, replace attachment, also available at the registration table. 18B2, replace attachment, available at the registration table. 18B3, replace attachment, available at the registration table. 18B4, replace attachment, available at the registration table. And Mr. Matthews?
Item 17F1, 1A, insert the effective date of 4/23/26 and insert the name Leticia Mejia. Thank you.
Are those all the amendments? Yes? Okay, thank you. Before we take the vote, I do want to acknowledge that Trustee Arlene Perez is joining us virtually. You can see her on the screen, so just wanted to make sure you all were aware of that. Now I'd like a motion to accept the agenda for today's meeting with the amendments. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. I can do So we'll do a roll call vote. Trustee Perez?
No one over the age of 18 and yes.
Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Mejia?
Yes.
And Trustee Saavedra?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Motion passes. Item 7, reports of actions taken in closed session.
Yes, thank you. We convened into closed session with closed session discussions commencing at 5:36 p.m. The following persons were present: President Lafarga Jr., Vice President Mejia, Clerk Saavedra, Member Contreras, Mr. Matthews, Ms. Copado, and myself. Board Member Perez joined remotely at 5:39 p.m. Item A was not discussed. As to item B, members of the board were provided with a briefing and update. By unanimous consensus, direction was provided. No reportable final action was taken. As to item C, members of the board were provided with a briefing. No reportable final action was taken. As to item D, members of the board were provided with a briefing and update. By unanimous consensus, direction was provided to staff. No reportable final action was taken. Item E was not discussed. Item F was not discussed. As to item F, members of the board were provided with briefings and updates. No reportable final action was taken. Item G was not discussed. Closed session discussions concluded at 6:32 p.m.
Thank you, Interim Superintendent Soto Delgado. Before we continue with our student report, I do want to acknowledge one of our guests today, who is a board member at Whittier Union High School, Mr. Trustee Jaime Lopez. Welcome. Who is also currently the president of Tri-Cities ROP Board as well. So glad to have you here today, sir. Thank you for joining us. Moving on to one of our highlights of our agenda every time we meet is our student reports. First, we'll have ASB President El Rancho High School, Abraham Jimenez.
Good evening. My name is Abraham Jimenez, and I am El Rancho's ASB president. To begin April, we had senior track on April 2nd with the seniors the best of luck. We had no school on April 6th and returned the following day. On April 7th, we had prom nominations begin. They ended on the 10th. The next day, on April 11th, we had baseball senior night. Good luck, seniors, with the rest of the season. We had a meeting for prom corps on April 13th, and prom campaigning started this Tuesday and will end on the 17th. Prom voting started this week on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Results will be revealed at prom this Saturday. Thank you, everyone, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Abraham. And our ASB spokesperson from Salazar High School, Natalie Diaz.
Good evening, members of Board of Education, District Administration, teachers, district staff, and community members. I hope you are all doing well. I would like to share a few events that are happening on our campus. We started the fourth and final quarter of the school year on March 30th. Students showed up for their new class, eager to get ready for graduation. We are thrilled to be nearing the end of the academic year. Our third quarter awards assembly took place April 15th. We honored several students for their academic successes in the classroom. Parents and staff had a great time celebrating students. On Friday, April 17th, our school counselor, Ms. Martinez, and our college and career teacher, Ms. Vela, had the opportunity to take a group of students to Cerritos College. Students had the chance to explore the campuses, tour classrooms, and take in everything that the college has to offer. Salazar students are being administered for taking the CASP and CAST exams in April and May to evaluate their achievement in academic disciplines. We wish our students well on our tests. Our parent conferences are scheduled for April 30th from 5 to 7 p.m. Our teachers get an opportunity to meet with parents and talk about their students' academic progress. As you can see, a lot of wonderful things are happening on our campus. Thank you very much and enjoy your evening.
Thank you very much, Abraham and Natalie. As always, you're welcome to stay as long as you'd like for the meeting. So great job and great seeing you. Now we're moving on to item 9, awards and recognition. We have quite a few of our student athletes to recognize today from the winter sports season, and I would like to introduce our athletic director at the El Rancho High School, Dr. Jerry Goyanaga.
Board President Lafarga and Superintendent Delgado, thank you so much for having us here and inviting us here on this night, and obviously taking time to recognize our winter athletes. Every sports season has its own challenges, and so I know with fall, we're always have like this early excitement because it's the beginning of the year and everyone's kind of excited to be back. But then winter, reality starts to set in. And the daily struggles of going to school every day, having to do homework, and winter sports face the unique challenge of having to close out a semester, continue with their sports during the winter break when a lot of times people are resting and recharging there in the middle of their season. And then if that weren't hard enough, then they have the task of starting the next semester and basically starting all over again to finish out their season. So I'm very proud of the students that we're going to recognize today. We have quite a number of teams. So what I wanted to do was call them up one by one And just so that the crowd is aware and the parents are aware, these are all athletes who were able to attain higher than a 3.0 during their season. So these were students that not only excelled on the field, but also in the classroom. And lastly, I'd be remiss without saying, I'm so encouraged when I come to these meetings now. I have a recollection of them when I was a kid. But now as an adult, I see former educators, former teachers of mine. I see kids that I work with that I see every day. But I also see peers that I went to school with when I was a student here. I see their kids here. So I really, really am encouraged by how much our community comes together. And I know our kids don't take it lightly, that they're being recognized in front of the community. And I'm very appreciative of that as well. With that being said, our first group up is boys soccer, coached by Roberto Hernandez. And at this time, what we'll do is parents, you're welcome to come and take a picture of your kiddos up there as they're being recognized. Thank you, boys soccer. I'd like to mention as well that boys soccer is the back-to-back Del Rio League champions. They actually went 8-0 this year. And so we closed out the Del Rio League in good fashion with our boys soccer team. Up next, I'd like to recognize our cheer team, coached by Coach Pastrano, Sabrina Pastrano. Parents, if you're here, please don't be shy. Come and take pictures. Yeah, Sabrina, jump in there. For our cheer team, I'd like to mention that they were runners-up at the state level this year. So they finished second place at CIF State. Up next, I'd like to welcome girls basketball, and they're coached by Randy Shigazani. Up next, I'd like to welcome our boys basketball team. And their coach is Coach Ryan Porter. Parents, go ahead and come up. Parents. Up next, I'd like to recognize our girls water polo team, and this year they were coached by Coach Abigail Martinez. Up next, we'd like to recognize, these are technically two teams. They operate as one. They compete a lot of the times together, our boys and girls wrestling team. And they're coached by Coach Ty Wynn. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Krista, move. Thank you.
Go ahead, parents.
Sounds good. Every time I move, I always get in the way.
Our wrestling team has the special distinction of the 4 seniors that they had competing this year. All 4 of them have actually committed to continue wrestling at the collegiate level next year. And last but not least, I would like to recognize our song team. I lied. There's one more group. Thank you, Song. And I was wrong. We do have one more, and they're definitely not. They're last, but they're definitely not least. Our girls soccer team. They're coached by Coach Stevie Galvan. Go ahead, parents. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Angel. Girls soccer, thank you so much. Our girls soccer team was able to advance to the second round of playoffs this year in the CIF playoffs. So we have one last group of students that we're going to recognize. And so this group of students are athletes from this pocket of students here who were recognized by our league for their accomplishments on the field. They were able to receive first team distinctions. And so we actually had that awarded in 3 different sports for girls soccer, boys soccer, and our girls basketball team. So if you were a first team honoree, please make your way up. We would like to recognize you as well. These athletes are selected by all the coaches in the Del Rio League. Go ahead and make your round 2 up there, guys. These coaches these athletes are recognized by the coaches not only at El Rancho, but by the coaches in our other competing schools. Parents, if you'd like to come up. Thank you, guys. Before we are dismissed, guys, I know that the board would like to speak to you guys, but personally as your AD and to my fellow coaches and obviously to you guys, the kids, thank you so much for what you do to represent our school. I know that one day when you look back, you're going to think fondly on El Rancho and you're going to think about how much you love it, and it's going to be because of all the work that you've put in up to this point. So keep doing the great work that you're doing. And that's what I have for you guys. So can we give it up for our winter athletes one more time?
So on behalf of my colleagues, I mean, at least stand next to me. We very much appreciate the impact of sports in students' lives, right? It's not just about winning, it's about development and building your character, your teamwork, your leadership, and your academics. And you all have succeeded at that next level. We're just always super proud. We're like crazy sports enthusiasts. You may not see us, but we're always talking about our teams, the successes, and what it means to us. I have 2 kids in soccer. They're not here. They're at track right now. Trustee Contreras has a boy in baseball right now. So we're there. We're here to support, and we're just super proud of you. Just know that. These are your accomplishments, your recognitions, but they also come because of your coaches. And your coaches do the best that they can to develop and give you their best as an athlete. And then we have our parents who play an important part of the formula. So thank you for your commitment, for going to their games, for investing in their time. It doesn't happen without you. It doesn't happen without you. So this is the El Rancho community. Sports is our thing. It's one of our things, and we're just always super proud when everybody thrives. Gracias, padres, por acompañar a sus hijos esta noche, por apoyarlos en sus deportes, y el éxito que han tenido es en parte de ustedes y el esfuerzo que le dan y que le brindan cada día que se meten a la cancha, cualquier deporte que tengan. Así que hay que darles un aplauso. Let's give them a big round of applause. And for those who are seniors, all right, there's a lot of you. We wish you well in your next phase of your school career, your athletic career, whatever that is. We know you're going to thrive. And for those that are returning, we're looking forward to next season. So congratulations again, and thank you very much. We'll take about a 5 to 10 minute recess so you guys can take pictures with your parents and all that before you can go home. So thank you. with item 10, public comments, items on the agenda, blue cards. And Superintendent?
I'm sorry, we're not,
Items on the agenda.
no, none, thank you, none.
No, okay. Item 11, public comments, items not on the agenda. Yellow
on-
comment
yes.
cards.
Jesse Durkin and Rudy Hernandez.
Good evening, board members and cabinet. My name is Jesse Durkin. Good evening, board members and cabinet. My name is Jesse Durkin. I'm the executive director for Think Together, and I'm here to introduce Rudy Hernandez, who is one of our accelerator dance partners. He owns and operates RMH Dance, and they've been working with El Rancho students during the Think Together program, and he's here to share a little bit about an exciting event in which El Rancho Unified students will be participating, and I'll turn it over to Rudy.
Thank you, Jesse. Good evening, folks. Rudy Hernandez, RMH Dance, professional dancer for 35 years, a business owner in Uptown Whittier for 25 years. We have created with the Whittier Community Foundation, we have created a show that is Dancing with the Whittier Stars. And what we have done is expanded into different cities, into different communities. And this year, because I am president-elect for the Whittier Community Foundation, I decided that I wanted to do a school district competition. So we're doing school district against school district against school district. And we have 5 school districts that are going to be competing. The show will be happening at Whittier College, at the amphitheater. We're anticipating around 2,000 people. The idea behind the show is to, if you want to think of it, it's going to be a large PTA kind of fundraiser. So 50% of what the ticket sales are going to be will go back to that particular district based on the ticket sales and also the fundraising. So the fundraising part of it is that evening, the audience votes for their favorite dancers. So whatever dollar comes in, that goes back to that school district as well. So there's a possibility of each district raising anywhere between $10,000 to $15,000. In the existence of this show, we have raised $1.5 million, and it all goes back to the community. Not a single cent is used on any kind of anything else with the city. So it's all meant to be fundraisers. But because I've been involved with school districts, after-school programming, it's been a blessing to be able to do this. With the partnership with Think Together now, that has brought us into your district. Based on what I see here, this is a wonderful community. I'm glad to be a part of it now. We're going to be doing things here this summer as well. And we also are partnering with SASFA and getting our staff there. My wife and I have been business owners for 23 years by ourselves, and now we have a staff of 20, and we're in the process of getting at least 20 more staff. So we hope that we'll get some of these fine students that you have here in El Rancho. But we would hope that you will attend, join. I won't ask you to dance this year, but maybe we'll ask you to dance next year, supporting your school district. And again, it's all for the benefit of the school districts and for the children. So thank you so much. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Otherwise, thank you for your time. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
We have now trustee from Whittier Union High School District, Jaime Lopez, and superintendent from Tri-Cities ROP, Dr. John Smith.
Good evening, Mr. Board President, trustees, and superintendent. My name is Jaime Lopez, president of the Tri-Cities ROP, or Regional Occupational Program. Joining me this evening is our superintendent, Dr. Smith. Mr. President LaFarga, it was great recognition of the presentation of all the student athletes. Thank you for that. That was awesome. El Rancho Unified School District is a special place for me. Why? Because I have a member that graduated from this district. So thank you all. I want to begin by thanking you all for the strong partnership we share with Tri-Cities ROP. We also appreciate your recent appointments of trustees Lafarga and Ms. Mejia, along with Mr. Contreras as your alternate to the Tri-Cities ROP. The mission of Tri-Cities ROP is to prepare students for both college and career by providing high-quality career technical education that leads to employment, industry, certification, or post-secondary education. I'll briefly touch on why we're here. We are here tonight to provide you an update, you, the board, of the great things we are doing. At this time, I'd like to invite Superintendent Dr. Smith to provide you with a comprehensive report. Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, President Lafarga, members of the governing board, Superintendent Delgado, and members of the El Rancho Unified Community. My name is Dr. John Smith, Superintendent of Tri-Cities Regional Occupation Program. With me this evening is our Director of Education Services, Ms. Kathy Kent, who supports ROP teachers in El Rancho Unified and supports the ROP programs. Tri-Cities ROP was established in 1974, and for over 50 years we have remained committed to preparing students for both college and career. The value that Tri-Cities brings to El Rancho Unified is important to highlight this evening. Through our regional model, we provide economies of scale and operational efficiency that benefits the district and the students. We connect students to a broader network of business and industry partners, supported by a large and active advisory group. These relationships expand opportunities for students through field trips, leadership development, and participation in high-quality student competitions. Additionally, we maintain strong partnerships with local community colleges, including Rio Hondo, Cerritos, and Mount Sac Community College. Through these established articulation agreements, students in ROP courses have the opportunity to earn college credit while still in high school, creating a seamless transition to post-secondary education. I would also like to highlight the financial value Tri-Cities ROP provides. El Rancho Unified invests approximately $683,000 annually to support nearly 35 sections of ROP courses in the district. In 2024-25 school year, ROP returned approximately $1.8 million in career technical education funding back to the district. This represents roughly a 159% increase in the pass-through funding of the district to ROP. Looking ahead, ROP will be expanding opportunities even further. In the 26-27 school year, we will be adding 2 new career technical education programs, fire science and veterinary science. In addition, we are proud to recognize 14 El Rancho Unified School District students who will be honored next week as Outstanding ROP Students of the Year at our 33rd Annual Evening of Excellence ceremony at the Whittier Community Theater in Whittier. In closing, I would like to thank the board and El Rancho Unified for their continued partnership as we work together to expand opportunities and positively impact the lives of students in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Smith, Trustee Lopez, and Ms. Smith Ms. Kent, sorry, for joining us this evening. Do we have any more? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item 12, Labor Association reports. ERFT, Ms. Lil Carrion.
Good evening. I'm Lilia Carrion, president of ERFT. I do have a couple of concerns that I want to share with the board. I did address many of them already with the key people, but I believe the board should be aware. So I know I've spoken before about the issues that we're having in the special ed department. I'm seeing the progression again of students who we take a long time trying to help them. We pass them from grade to grade to grade, and it just escalates. The behavior escalates. Sometimes you're trying to figure out if the child is dealing with trauma or they have a learning disability. And I did have an incident with one of my members on Friday. I've been in her classroom. She's a phenomenal teacher. She's trying to balance the need of one child with the needs of the rest of the students. And when I went to speak to some of the teachers on Monday, one thing they did come up with is that they wish there was protocols. That if you have a student that is having issues working in the classroom and you're providing a one-on-one aid, what options do you have for the students in the classroom? And what options does the teacher have? And I thought that was a very valid point. And I told them that I would bring it forth to the board and to the district, since I have all of you here in the same room. But some of these students have had issues when they were in kinder. We move them to the next grade, and they have a fresh slate, and the documentation, you have to start all over again. We constantly start over and over again, and we don't take in consideration of this child having issues for so many years. And sometimes they could go through elementary without getting the proper care, but at the cost of the teacher trying to keep control and trying to work with everyone involved. I'm not trying to pinpoint anything on one group, but we really need to look at what works, how we help the teacher to maintain an academic program, and how we take care of the other kids, and then how we take care of this young student who's struggling. And I think we really need to focus as a district as we move forward that the needs have changed drastically. I know I used to hear old teachers, my older teachers said, oh, things have changed, but I really believe that there's no exaggeration that the needs of our students have changed so much. And we as a community, we as a district, we at the state level and even at the federal level have not caught up quickly enough to the changing environments and education. And sometimes I'm told, hey, it's happening everywhere. I said, I get it that it happens everywhere, but I can only assist my members here. And if we work as a team, you know, the unions, the 3 unions definitely will support. We work with you and the board and with cabinet. And I hope we do try to be creative, but it really upsets me to see a teacher, and a young teacher who I believe is her 3rd year, she looks worn. It looks like she's been teaching for 50 years because she's so exhausted. And the emotional part of trying to make sure that her students are safe and the child that's having some issues is taken care of. And we can't have that. That is only one school. I know there was another incident at another school site, and I don't think things are going to get any better, but we really need to be proactive and taking care of everyone involved. And I have to say, too, the principal, I spoke to the principal, and she was fabulous. She's trying to do her part, and I know we have laws in place, we have different things that we have to do, but we really need to move forward to make sure that everyone is safe. The principal's safe, the teacher is safe, support staff is safe, and especially the students in the classroom. So that's one issue. The other issue that has come to me, and I was asked to speak about this, and I don't know if you're well aware, but the digital learning coaches will be phased out at the end of June. And I did bring it up to the district when we bargained, but our concern now that we know the district has every power to make the decisions that they want. Contractually, they can make the decision of what direction they want to go. But the ERT's frustration is more of the planning, articulating a plan, and then letting the sites know what's going to occur. As I know my members I have quite a few members that are overachievers, and the learning labs or the innovation labs, play a crucial point in many of our schools. So now that that is going to be taken away, the responsibilities are going to be dispersed, I believe, through the campus. But when are we going to let people know that this is coming down the pike? Who is going to be responsible for the different things? We get it. We understand that the district is going in a new direction when it comes to the new positions called Student Academic Support, TOSA. We understand that we want to raise the scores for kids, but there has to be a balance of taking care of our kids. But we really are waiting to hear how we move forward, when they're going to let our members know that things are going to change on their campuses. And so I've shared it with Cabinet. They know exactly the stance of ERT, but we felt, the DLCs felt that I needed to address it with the board so you know that changes are occurring in many of our campuses. The third item, bargaining. We started the process. We appreciate Mr. Matthews working with us, Mr. Sanchez and Ms. Padilla working with us. But again, I had a meeting today, and I shared with them where we are in bargaining. So we put on the table 4%, the district counter with 2%. We're counting back with 3%. We looked at the budget, we studied the budget, and we really hope that the district really agrees to our counter. And the reason being, I had one person who really was very assertive in my meeting, and she said, we keep on not getting what we need to get. And I explained to her that the district has been very generous overall. I'm not saying you're not, but we're in a very difficult time right now, as we all know, and I think all of us are being impacted by decisions that are being made at the federal level. We're all trying to grapple with increased gas and food, electricity, and so forth. We get that. But one thing that is really impacting our families is the fact that the insurance continues to increase. And when you get a raise, you're not able to improve the status of your family because it's going to medical care. And it's really frustrating that you have to choose. So we really hope that the board and the district consider, accepting 3%. We looked at the budget repeatedly. We outsourced our budget to the state level, and we believe that the district can comfortably 3 years out be able to cover that. So that's something to think about. Think about the employees. Think about the climate that we're in, and that you support the financial and emotional needs of our employees. On another note, I always ask my members to share some highlights, and I just want to share 3 highlights that came across. At the high school, our SCDs, I think I'm saying this right, the special kids are going to Rio Hondo, and the Rio Hondos, the kids who have IEPs are now being, they're walking them through how to go to college, help them with the paperwork. And usually those kids kind of get lost. And I think and I was really proud of that, because we want to give all our kids the option to be able to go where their heart desires. And so the groups are working together to help those kids navigate going to junior college and so forth. I believe also now there's an emphasis of our special ed students. I know there should be a better label for that, because that seems so awful, but they are now visiting colleges, especially community colleges. That's a really good idea, because now they have a little bit of hope that they can go further and they could accomplish their dreams. South Ranchito invited the counselors from North Park and Rivera to talk to the kids and to tell them and what they need to succeed at middle school, because that's a hard transition from going from elementary to middle school. And my rep said that the kids are very positive and the enthusiasm of what they're going to be able to aspire when they get to middle school. And then the last member from McGee, she said that they started this program, or they've done it for a while, one book, one school, where they're all reading one book, and it doesn't matter what grade level you're reading, they're sharing the book. And she said that one thing that is really bright in McGee is the fact the enthusiasm of all the kids reading one book. And so I just wanted to shout out the good things that are happening in the district. And thank you, board, for listening to me, and thank you to the district. I have to say that our superintendent, is always available to my whims. Mark, Dean and Isela and Jasmine. I know I can be a pain in the neck, but they do hear me out. And I know, yes. But I know that we do work together to make this a great school district. We have a little bit of work, but we're there. And that we are supportive of one another, but especially we put our students first and our families first. So thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carrion. Next, we'd like to invite up CSEA representative, Mr. Alex Acosta.
Good evening, everybody. It's been a while since I've been up here. Good evening, board president, board members, superintendent, cabinet, and community. I'm Alex Acosta, president of Rancho 107. Yeah, I'm not going to read all this. Let's speak out. First of all, I want to thank the cabinet and Gisela and Jasmine for the March 9th professional development. It was well organized. It was meaningful to us. And we truly appreciate it. And our members did as well. Also, in May, the district is going to be holding their, oh my God, lost the name of it. Employee recognition. They'll be holding employee recognition in May. I'd like to thank all the retirees and congratulate them for their years of dedicated service. They have left a lasting impact on our district, and we will celebrate your success and well-earned retirement. Also, I'd like to recognize the classified and certificate employees who are going to complete their milestones of 30 years, 25 years, and 15 years of service. Your commitment and longevity are truly inspiring, and we thank you for your many years and have dedicated to this district. You guys are the heart and soul of this district, and we cannot do this without them. Next is, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, I'll be setting up a meeting with Mr. Matthews and his negotiating team to start negotiating for classified. I'm going to read this part. As we look ahead, I'm hopeful that our negotiations team will be meeting with the district in the coming weeks. I want to express our commitment to working collaboratively and in good faith. Our goal is to reach an agreement that reflects the values and dedication of our employees we represent, while continuing support and success of our students and schools. As we enter negotiations, we are seeking fair and reasonable salary increases, one that keeps pace with the rising cost of living and reflects professionalism of our members. In addition, we aim to close a gap in our medical benefits by increasing the district's contribution to align with the level and support provided by our certificate colleagues. We are confident through respectful dialogue and a shared commitment, we can reach an agreement that benefits everyone. Thank you, and I want to thank you for your time and your leadership, and have a good evening. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Acosta. At this time, we'll move on to information items. First item, 13A, presentation on the El Rancho Adult School Program.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm like making sure that I have our fabulous counselor with us. Good evening, everyone. My name is Alma Renteria Estrada, and I'm the proud principal here at El Rancho Adult School. Can you please give a shout out to my students? They're all here today. We have our citizenship class that really wanted to come out. For many of our students, this is one of the first times they come out to one of these meetings. And we really have been working on civic engagement and how to be an active citizen in Pico Rivera. So the fact that the meetings are here, thank you guys for making it accessible. We also have with us our fabulous counselor, Sandy Tiscareño. She is the heart of El Rancho Adult School, so she knew that if we were presenting, she had to be up here with me. She's like, no pressure, but she knew. So at ERUS, we are committed to lifelong learning. We have many programs we're going to be highlighting today, and really the heart of our presentation is our students. This week, we are celebrating Adult Ed Week, and all week we've really been reflecting about why does adult education matter. So each of them will come up here and share a little bit about why it matters to them. I do want to point out, this is the first time ever where we actually had a wait list of students wanting to speak. So usually I struggle with recruiting, and this time I had to say, all right, next time it's you, next time it's you. So that shows something about the enthusiasm and just that excitement to represent their school. So thank you all for being here today. So if we can go to the next slide. So two of our, or I can do it even better. Okay, sorry. It's behind me? Okay, got it. So two of our signature programs here are our ABE and GED program and our ESL programs. Both of these programs are offered in the morning and in the evening. They're free of cost. We work really hard to ensure that our students know they have the support. We have counselors in the morning and in the evening. Our teachers also provide small group support. We are very big on flexibility because a lot of our students, they have multiple things they're working on. Some of them work really late and they can only come twice a week. For us, what matters is that they show up. And sometimes they show up at 6:30 and they're apologetic, but the beauty behind all that is that they still come. So we always want to highlight these two programs because there's still a lot of folks in our community that show up and they tell me, I've lived in Pico Rivera for this many years. I didn't know this was free, which is why we're doing our part in making sure we market our programs as much as we can so that more and more of our community members know that it's here and it's not going anywhere. We also have citizenship and our CT program. Citizenship is here, so this year, we actually expanded our citizenship program. We used to only offer it on Tuesday evenings. We now also offer it on Thursdays from 10 to 1 because we saw that there was a need in the community and we are getting more and more students to sign up. So this is the time to be civically engaged and we are ready to help you to go through the citizenship process. So if you have anyone in mind, please send them our way. We are happy to support there too. For our career tech education, I'll talk more about some of our new pathways we started. But we also offer a new program called our MOS, which is our Microsoft Office Specialist program. And this is an industry-recognized certification. So for anyone that's looking to just ump their resumes or just really have a specialization to demonstrate to a future employer, I am good with my tech, and I'm not just saying proficient in Microsoft. Like, I am a specialist. That is your course as well. One of our newer programs, our paraprofessional educator program. We ran this program in October, and by December, our graduating students were able to apply to the district. We currently have a few of them employed. Thank you, HR, for facilitating that process. But we have a handful of those students now working in our district. Many of them are actually working with our special education department. So thank you, Mr. Cochran, for making that accessible. And what we really have done with this program is make it so that when our paraprofessionals get hired, they're already mandated, they have their mandate reported down. They have disability awareness, which is a big part of it. They're also some of them already complete their externship hours ahead of time so that they're going into a school setting fully aware that you're going to be wearing multiple hats. But above all that, we also provide them support with their resumes, interview, prep, because we really want to make sure that they're not just being ready to come out with a certificate, but they're ready to succeed and get a job. So thank you to the district for making this program a success. We're running our second cohort right now, and it's now run on Thursdays evening. I used to run it. I actually taught the winter one, and it was great to be a teacher, but it was a lot of work. So this time I was able to bring someone on board to support, and she's teaching it on Thursdays from 5 to 8 p.m. So we're getting excited to call HR and let them know we have another pool of applicants for you. And two of the programs we're very excited about kicking off this year are our medical pathway programs. One of our student speakers today is actually from our inaugural clinical medical assistant cohort. Our two cohorts that kicked off in February officially complete their entire program next week. So we're very excited for them. We officially start phlebotomy April 27th. That's going to be our first cohort. There's still time to sign up for the phlebotomy program, and we're going to be running 2 more before the end of this academic year. And then we take a little break in July, and we come back in August. Summer school. This year, we will also be offering summer school. So for anyone that's interested in, right now I don't have the time to really commit to the 4 times a week for 3 hours. It's just too much for my schedule. Summer school is a perfect time for you. So June 8th through July 9th, we'll be running it for 5 weeks. We're cutting it shorter because really it's about making sure that people I promise you that once you start coming, you'll drink the Kool-Aid and you'll keep coming back. But this is just a way to get you started. So we will be starting our registration beginning of May, but please come out. We're going to be offering ESL conversation classes, computers for ESL. We're also doing GED. We're offering it in the morning and in the evening, so it's still going to be flexible. And we're also offering the medical pathways. So if you have anyone that's just looking to try it out, but they've been scared of the commitment, because I get that a lot from students. I don't know if I'm ready. Summer school is a perfect time. And then this way over the summer, you can just keep going and studying on your own and get ready to come back in August. And now we'll have Mrs. Carreño.
Good evening, members of the board and members of our community. I am Ms. Tiscareño, and I am very honored to say that I am the day counselor for El Rancho Adult School. I'm just going to share very briefly about how the community can stay connected with us. You can follow our social media pages. We post student highlights there, which are wonderful to see, very inspiring. We also post events or new classes, so it's very easy to kind of stay connected with the adult school. Our enrollment process is the same, super easy. We want to make it easy to students. You must be 18 years or older, but we welcome anybody. The process is online. However, if you need any assistance, we do have bilingual staff that is ready to help you in our main office. And we have extended hours Monday through Thursday. And the counselors are always eager to help and get to meet new people from the community. Next, you will be hearing from 2 of our students in a video. Unfortunately, they were not able to be here this evening, but they wanted to share their stories with you.
Quería iniciar con un mensaje que le escribí a mi hijo hace más de un mes. No podría describirte lo bien que me siento. Estoy leyendo literatura inglesa en su idioma. Original. Mi mente está fluyendo
But it's not over yet. I still have some students that are here with us that their stories are going to also inspire you and remind you why adult ed matters. So first, we have with us Lorena Gutierrez, who's one of our student leaders. She is a go-getter. If you want anything done, you recruit Lorena. That is how we have all these people here. So Lorena Gutierrez.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Lorena Gutiérrez y yo les voy a hablar acerca de qué significa la educación de adultos para nuestra comunidad. Para nuestra comunidad, la educación para adultos significa oportunidades y esperanza. Muchos adultos trabajan muy duro para apoyar a sus familias, pero no siempre tuvieron la oportunidad de terminar la escuela. La educación para adultos les da una segunda oportunidad para aprender y crecer. También ayuda a las familias porque cuando los padres estudian, inspiran a sus hijos a seguir adelante. Por eso la educación para adultos no solo cambia una vida, cambia el futuro de toda la comunidad. Y como soy estudiante de eso, trataré de hacerme entender inglés. Okay. Good evening, my name is Lorena Gutierrez. I am from Miss Mendoza class, room 22. What does adult education mean to our community? For community, adult education means opportunity and hope. Many adults work very hard to support their family, but they no always have the chance to learn and grow. When parents, students, they inspire their children to do the same. That is why adult education does not only change it, it's on the life. It changes the future on the world community. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Lorena. Now we have another one of our go-getters, also from our ESL Level 2 class, Norma Hernandez.
Good evening. My name is Norma Hernandez. Last year, in my life-changing decision to learn English. For many years, I have been struggling to communicate with my youngest granddaughter. I enrolled at El Rancho into adult school to learn English. Learning to speak English, I will be able to communicate better with my granddaughter. She is 10 years old. Who attending Rio Vista doesn't speak Spanish very well. When we talk with each other, I speak Spanish and she replies in English. We can understand each other, but we are speaking in two different languages. After a few months in school, I have noticed that I understand her much better. Being in school has that we not use a new language, but also to value the importance of learning a second language. I wanted to give of many times because I wanted to remain in the same level of English every year. I knew that was easy well out, but with the support and motivation from my teacher and classmates, I wouldn't have reached the level I now. I would like to thank my teacher, classmates, and family for their effort and support. I will happily recommend and encourage other people like me who don't speak English very well to make an effort to improve their lives by attending an adult school ESL program. Thank you.
Next up, we have Julio Villanueva, who's actually a GED grad. He will be going to our graduation in June, and also an ESL student, level 3.
Good evening. We're member of the school board, staff teacher, classmate, and guests. My son and I arrived in California on September 5, 2025, with hope for a better future. Starting a new life in a new country can be difficult, especially when you are not speak English. But thanks to our family, we found El Rancho Adult School. At this school, we found wonderful teachers, counselors, staff, and classmates who support us every day. Here, we learn English and preparing for the GED so we can have better opportunity and build a better future. We are very grateful to El Rancho Adult School and to everyone who support adult education. I will remember this word, what say Abraham Lincoln. I walk slowly, but I never walk backward. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Next up, we have Jose Real, another one of our ESL students.
Good evening, board. I got experience in Rancho Adult School. Has always allowed me to discover my ability to speak another language, thereby improving my communication with my community and my bilingual family. Rancho Adult offers a variety to career paths. In this day and age, we are compelled to use technology such as a computer, which is why I am currently taking classes to learn how to type and better interact with technology. My studies in Rancho Adult School have led me to discover that I can still develop my full potential, reminding myself, don't be afraid, seek success, and know your potential. Thank you.
And last but not least, we have a student from our clinical medical assistant cohort who's about to be done with the program next week, Isaac Montesino.
I'm not nervous, I'm just cold. Good evening, board members. My name is Isaac Montesino, and I am proud to say that our Rancho runs through everything I do. I am a graduate of Rancho High School and a current employee of this district. And now, as a member of the very first clinical medical assistant cohort at Rancho Adult School, I am also a proud student once again. Being accepted into this program has meant the world to me. It is bringing me one step closer to my goals in the healthcare field. I am grateful every single day for the knowledge, hands-on training, and skills the program provides. I want to give a special thank you to Alma, our principal, for believing in me and opening this door. Your leadership and dedication to students truly makes a difference. I deeply appreciate the support you have shown me. Today, I am proud to stand before you and simply say thank you for the investment in adult education. Thank you for continuing to invest in people like me. I am deeply honored to speak in front of you today and be part of this community, and even more honored to be a part of our Rancho Adult School's first graduating medical assistant cohort. I can't wait to one day serve this community as a medical professional. Thank you.
And with that, I hope you get a little glimpse of what we're building here at Rancho Adult School. I want to give also kudos to our teachers. We have morning staff who's here today because they believe in our mission. And the moment I shared, hey, we're presenting, they're all about community. So shout out to our teachers, please, for being here today. We have different departments represented. And our goal here at Rancho Adult School has been all along to build a community hub so that everybody knows this is where you come to find resources. This is where you come for board meetings. This is where you come for professional development. Our doors are always open. We're actually going to be a voting center for primary election. So we're putting ourselves on the map one way or another. So please let your family and community know that we are always welcoming new students. Thank you so much for the support, and have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you, Ms. Renteria. Thank you very much. No se vayan, no se vayan, no se vayan. Amazing, amazing, amazing presentation. I'm just blown away. I really am. And I'm going to open it up to the board for comments or questions. I'd like to start with Trustee Saavedra.
You know, I've toured the adult school so many times. I'm sitting here and I'm like, holding it back. Like, I can feel the knot in my throat. And you know, we're here where education is our primary goal, but what you're building here is you're giving people hope. You're building a sense of community. And I really do think you are going to be a hub, because whenever I go somewhere, I run into you. Sometimes I think I'm going to be in an elevator one day. I'm going to turn around. You're going to be with your table there. And, hi, I'm from the adult school. And so I'm just so amazed at your tenacity. And I know that your teachers carry it and your students carry it. And I can feel the words that you guys are saying. So my hat's off to you, whatever we can do to support you. And the adult school, as I am an alumni of the adult school, I did take one class there. Thank you. Thank you, and keep going. Keep going. Don't let anything stop you. Just keep going. You guys are phenomenal. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Saavedra. Trustee Perez? Está en el video.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for those presentations. Echoing Saavedra, I felt so emotional. I love the story of the grandfather, and the family that can have those conversations. My grandparents already spoke Spanish, so that language barrier sometimes is difficult. So just thank you for sharing your stories. I think this is what we love to hear everybody share how much they've grown, how much they're leveraging. I love your excitement, Shantaria, just bringing that to the team. I do have one question that I've asked in the past and I forget what the answer was, so I'll ask it again. I know that at some adult schools, sometimes people can't commit to, a multiple day class. Are we ever considering where it's like a 1 day thing for a type of skill? I know some adult schools sometimes will do, for example, Canva, right? It's like a graphic design, how to use Canva for a small business. Like, have we ever considered in the future just like a 1 day type of course?
So yes, that is actually what board member Christine Saavedra came to. She did an AI course with us, and it was just 2 different days, whoever was interested in the beginner level or the advanced level. But even with our multiple day classes, we offer high flex. So that means hybrid and flexibility. There are students that can come in person twice a week, and then the other 2 days, can I join online? Absolutely. So we don't drop you if you can't make it every day. It's all about that communication, and that's why we really appreciate that our teachers reach out to their students. If we don't see you for a week, we're asking, where are you? And then you let me know, my job shifts changed, no problem. So we made sure to integrate that high flex for that, but we have offered those 1-2 day workshops. We're hoping to do more of that next year. This year, I tried to slow down because I was told that sometimes I move too fast, but expect more of that next year.
No, and I love that because I think the computer skills, Excel and everything is so crucial. The technology is changing a lot faster, and so I'm glad that we're, maybe the bit-sized pieces of that would be helpful. Y muchísimas gracias a todos que compartieron sus historias con nosotros. So, love it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Perez. Trustee Contreras?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. First and foremost, I want to congratulate not only Ms. Alma Renteria, but the supporting staff, the teachers that are here tonight. It really shows the work that you're putting in your students. Your students are awesome. They're amazing. Felicidades a cada uno de ustedes por lo que están haciendo. El éxito de ustedes va a ser el éxito de todos nosotros, ¿verdad? So, ojalá que, como habían dicho, que están tocando puertas, pasando volantes, de todo, para que traigan más personas para poder, para que crezca esto, ¿verdad? Entonces, gracias por todo lo que ustedes están haciendo. Se lo agradecimos mucho. And I want to know what you're putting in the Kool-Aid. There's got to be something special in there. So, and also, on a serious note, what else or how else, what other ideas can we as a board do to help support what you're doing here? Because this is really has been taking off, and I know it's just going to get bigger and bigger. So if there's anything else that we can do as a board to help support you, just know, yeah. just know that I'm here to support, and I'm sure my fellow colleagues are here to support as well. So thank you again on your success here at the El Rancho Adult School.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. Trustee Mejia?
Thank you, Ms. Renteria, for the wonderful presentation highlighting all the programs. I mean, we have some of our youngest learners, right? You're doing amazing work here. You really are. And you're really inspiring us as well. And you're just building a wonderful community. La comunidad que tienen ahorita es tan importante y tan poderosa, ¿verdad? Me encanta que se están desenvolviendo tanto y que están aprendiendo mucho. Y estamos muy orgullosos de todos ustedes. Thank you.
You brought your army, and I know you're recruiting another set of folks to come to the adult school. Primeramente, antes que nada, los felicito. Los felicito porque ustedes, en cualquier etapa que están en su vida, todos son diferentes, ¿verdad? Pero ustedes están con el compromiso de mejorarse, aprender algo nuevo, aprender algo diferente, aunque sea un poco incómodo, lo están logrando. Y eso para mí es lo más importante. Así que los felicito mucho, les mando un abrazo aquí virtual y quiero que me inviten a un cafecito aquí para cuando visite la próxima vez, para sentarme con ustedes y aprender más. Hace muchos años, por 8 años yo trabajé en un centro de aprendizaje donde brindábamos los mismos programas y eso cambia vidas. Cambia vidas y es muy importante y para mí lo que me dio cuenta hoy es que el trabajo de la señora Rentería y su equipo, our counselor, está haciendo el impacto positivo para ustedes. So thank you, Ms. Rentería, for leading the way, for just bringing that energy, that next level, but also having a vision for what you want the adult school to be for our community. And I'm just, it's been said, that being a community hub, that's awesome. And that's just gonna pay dividends in a lot of ways. Thank you very much for doing what you're doing, and felicidades de nuevo. Gracias. Would you like to say anything?
Picture? Do you want, or no pictures? Right?
Sure.
Yep.
Can we take a picture with the speakers? Yes? Come to the front? Okay. Yep. All right. Have a good night. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, that's our next one, right?
All right, we will now move on to item 13B, presentation on the Whittier Dam Safety Project.
So this evening, we do have the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in partnership with Los Angeles County Public Works provide a presentation on the Whittier Dam Safety Project. Are they here? Yes, okay, wonderful. Thank you for being here. So given our district's proximity to the dam and the potential impact on our schools, families, and local infrastructure, it is important that we stay informed and engaged throughout the process. So we appreciate your presentation this evening. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for hosting me. I appreciate it. A little off topic from the rest of your agenda today. My name is Aaron Smith. I do work with the Army Corps of Engineers. We're a major command with the U.S. Army. You guys are obviously probably familiar with our military missions, but we're also the largest dam holding agency within the United States government. We've got 700 large dams across the United States, but I really want to talk about one here today that's very impactful to the El Rancho United School District in Pico Rivera, Whittier Narrows. This is part of a larger awareness campaign for a contract we have awarded to begin some rehabilitation work on the dam. An important investment for Los Angeles County and certainly an important investment for your all's community. I am talking about dam safety issues, and that can be a scary topic to discuss, and it should be a scary topic to discuss. You all live downstream of a dam, a silent piece of infrastructure, but a strong piece of infrastructure that has allowed Pico Rivera and the school district to thrive and operate the way it has over the past 70 years. We do have some concerns with the dam. The concerns we have with the dam are from large, extreme storms, the types of storms that have not occurred since we built the dam. But we did not build the dam for 70 years. We did not build the dam for 100 years worth of storm. We built the dams for thousands of years worth of storms. And there are storms that are extremely unlikely to occur on an annual basis, but are probable and will occur one day, and we want to make sure our dam is ready there for it. So the things I'm talking to you about today, I don't want you to go home tonight and think that you need to be worried about this dam failing tomorrow or during a typical wet day in Los Angeles County. I'm talking about storms that you'll have weeks of notice that are coming your way. And again, are extremely unlikely, but as stewards of tax dollars and stewards of millions of people who rely on this dam, we're making this investment to make sure the dam is there for when those storms do arrive. So what are the two issues that I'm worried about with this project? The dam, as you guys probably know, sits dry most of the time, but it's designed to impound excess stormwaters as they come off the mountains, keep the San Gabriel, Rio Hondo, and LA rivers in bank. When we store those waters, they'll continue to rise behind the dam. When you have a large head of water on one side of a trapezoidal dam and no water on the downstream side, that water's trying to get downstream. Our dam is extremely strong and competent, won't let that water move downstream. The foundation, however, is highly permeable. It's made up of sands, and that water migrates through those sands and finds its way and percolates to the downstream side. That in itself is an entirely innocuous situation, happens with most dams. Unfortunately, the sands we have underneath this dam are highly erodible, and the pressures that water creates could create a tunnel or a cavity to open up underneath our dam and cause our dam to fail. We've got some tried and true solutions for that. We're going to start implementing starting later this year. For lack of a better word, we'll be digging a very sophisticated French drain at the downstream edge of the dam that will relieve the pressures that those waters puts on those sands and keep those sands from eroding. We'll then be putting a large berm or another damming feature on top of that French drain feature to help resist the force of those waters. The other issue that we're worried about is a far less likely situation, which is where more water comes into the dam than the dam can hold. Whittier Narrows Dam is not designed to hold infinite amount of stormwaters. It does have two release structures, one on the Rio Hondo, one on the San Gabriel. But even with those release structures operating at full capacity, we know now that there are storms that can overwhelm the dam's capacity and overtop it. Overtopping the dam would be an extremely dangerous situation because the dam is not designed to receive the water water creates a tremendous amount of energy. It's almost like a waterfall coming down the face of that dam. And that waterfall is going to be highly erosive, cut that dam back, and potentially send a catastrophic tidal wave downstream. How are we going to fix that? We're going to basically put a shield on the Pico Rivera side facing of the dam, an armor, concrete, engineered steps that are meant to dissipate the energy of that water. You might ask why we don't raise the dam to keep it from overtopping. Raising a dam to keep it from overtopping would require a tremendous amount of real estate, both up and downstream of the dam. These are extremely unlikely storms, and so it's a more reasonable investment to protect it from that failing during an overtopping event. So we plan to start construction in late this year. We have a contractor on board, Barnard Construction. They're a large civil contractor. They've built and rehabilitated dams across the world. We're lucky to have them as our partner. You're looking at here in an overhead view of the dam. It is a 3-mile long embankment dam. You can pass over it and not really get a sense of its size and scale, but you know, it really works all the way from where Rooks Road comes together with Peck all the way over to Montebello on the Lincoln. And like I said, we've got 2 rivers that pass through it. During construction, everything you see in red here will be turned over to our contractor for their work during modification of the project. I'm showing here the project going till 2033. That's got a little bit of contingency in it. I'm hoping we're done in 4 or 5 years, but with a project of this size, weather events, other natural hazards, fires, things like that could delay our completion. What can citizens expect during construction? This construction is not going to go unnoticed within the city of Pico Rivera. We're going to be modifying all 3 miles of that dam. We're going to be digging that large trench downstream of the dam, and we're going to be adding that armor to the face of the dam. What you're seeing here are pictures of some test sections we did of that work at Santa Fe Dam this summer. And it's going to look very similar to this. You're going to see a lot of construction equipment and traffic moving in and around the dam. Most of our staging areas are upstream of the dam, but we're going to be batching that armor, that shield that we need to put on the downstream face of the dam, and really the only reliable way we can get there is crossing over Rosemead, coming in through the community and moving it towards the dam. So you're going to see a lot of traffic. You're going to see us excavating into the dam. You're going to see us putting trenches below the dam. We've designed this work, though, to make sure that the dam is not any more vulnerable than it is down now during construction, so that the city of Pico Rivera will not be in any danger during this construction. We're restricting the work generally to business hours, Monday through Friday. This is actually the most urban dam that we own in the nation. Santa Fe, Sepulveda aren't far behind that. Most of our dams are located in rural, isolated headwaters locations. Knowing that we've got thousands of residents who typically like to sleep when the sun goes down at night, we're going to try to restrict most of our construction activity to daylight hours. However, the reality is there's going to be times when we have to work at night. Either heat is restricting our ability to place. We've got 2 roads we've got to modify as a part of the project, and modifying roads is better done at night when traffic is lower. I know that we've got a large unhoused issue within LA County and certainly in and around our dam. To make sure that our construction site doesn't attract those sorts of unwanted issues, and as well as keep the citizens of Pico Rivera and surrounding communities safe and outside of the construction site, it will be secured through physical security and 24-hour site security. Few impacts that will definitely be associated with the project. I mentioned there's 2 roads we have to alter. Rosemead and Lincoln, we're going to actually raise those 2 roads so they're never overtopped. I can't install that armoring, that steps, and have functional roads at those 2 locations, and those roads are important thoroughfares, both locally and throughout the county, and so we're actually going to be raising those 2 roads. Traffic should be open 99% of the time while we're doing that work. Small closures at night, but we're going to have smaller lanes, slower speed restrictions, so I can guarantee that there's going to be more traffic crossing both those roads. And then the road, portion of Rooks Road that crosses from the 605 over the dam heading to the sports arena is going to be permanently closed as a part of this construction. Unfortunately, it's just not compatible with the modifications we have to make to keep the dam safe. We're not closing the sports arena at all, but that local road will no longer be operable. There's going to be some park closures as well. I had a lot of athletes here tonight. My guess is we've got some representatives of the Pecos boys on the ball fields there at Streamland Park, as well as the golf club. Both those parks are going to be closed during construction. And we'll be installing some of those features that I mentioned, that sophisticated French drain and that berm at those locations. Once we're said and done, we'd love to outgrant those facilities back to the city to establish new recreational facilities, but they won't be compatible with what you've got there now, because those new features are going to be important to the dam's functionality, and we can't have penetrations going into those features, so probably more passive recreational space in the future. Bicentennial Park will be, which is a dormant park for some time now, but frankly, when we're said and done, that area will be cleared and grubbed and hopefully available for future recreational use in the future. We've got a lot of trails that start in the mountains, go to the ocean, cross over the dam, interconnect. Obviously, we're going to have to close those during construction too. We can't have equestrian riders, bicyclists, or pedestrians entering the construction site. You'll actually see some signage starting to go up in and around the dam before Memorial Day to start alerting people of that. Finally, I just want to remind you guys that while I don't think you're going to enjoy this construction, I think it's going to be a tough few years for the city, to be frank with you. We're here doing that work for you guys. Everything we're doing out there is for you, and we've done everything we can to minimize the impacts, but we just cannot eliminate them and get this work done for you and make sure that this dam is here for you and your future generations. And it's a really important investment. We're talking about nearly $1 billion worth of construction dollars going into LA County to make sure that this dam is here for you guys and everyone between you and the Pacific Ocean. I said this is part of a larger rollout strategy. We held a town hall last week at Pico Park. We're planning another one on May 6th at the golf course, the clubhouse. You'll see us in and around the community at pop-up events, and we'll be hosting other events throughout construction. I'd encourage you, your employees, or anyone you reach out to, your neighbors and friends, to visit us at our website. They can find out how they can contact us and where they can see us. We're committed to staying engaged with the community, leading up to construction, during construction, and then we're your long-term neighbor. And so we've enjoyed the relationship we've had with Pico Rivera, and we want to continue it. With that, I appreciate your time, and thanks so much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Bring it back to the board for questions or comments. Trustee Perez?
Thank you for the presentation. Sorry, so you keep saying that, there is going to be somewhat of an impact. Is it like more traffic impact, or is it just closed? Like, what's the biggest impact that it's going to have is what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I think people are going to miss some of the recreational space during construction, right? Portions of Streamland Park will remain open, but the Pico Boys ball field will be closed, and certainly if you're a golfer, you're going to miss the golf course. I think what most people are going to see is a tremendous amount of increased construction traffic moving in and around the dam. I think you are going to, our contractors comply with all noise and vibration and dust control, ordinances within the city, within the county. It's going to be impossible for you guys not to notice that construction going on at the dam. And then obviously the increased traffic as we modify Rosemead and Lincoln. So I'd love to tell you it's just going to be one thing, but I think it's going to be a culmination of things that, the city notices during construction.
Okay, thank you. I mean, because I know the city's already been kind of prepping for us for a couple of years now, so just thank you for the presentation and for the honesty.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Trustee Perez. Trustee Contreras?
Thank you again for the presentation, sir. I was there at the presentation at Pico Park as well. So
great.
Forgive me for stepping out, but since I already heard it, that was a great opportunity
Sure.
for me to step out.
Yeah, I understand.
The information as was stated, thank you for being as transparent as possible. I think that's what we want to hear. We want the transparency. We know it's going to be tough, and with soccer coming in 2 years and then the Olympics again, and we know it's going to be a little bit harder for traffic in the area, especially with our one of our main streets, Rosemead. During the time of the elevation on Rosemead Boulevard, and this was asked yesterday by one of our owners, a business owner in the city, is Rosemead going to be completely closed, or will it be partially closed for during the time that it's going to be elevated? In other words, will there still be access through it?
Yeah,
Limited
absolutely.
though, right?
Yeah, the road will remain open. In fact, we've designed it to try to keep all 4 lanes of traffic open as we raise the road.
Nice.
There will, of course, have to be times where we're going to have to close a lane or two
Sure.
as we're making those shifts. And those lanes will be much narrower than they are today because we've got to take advantage of the shoulders. And so speed limits will be reduced. I think traffic will be far more congested on Rosemead, but it will be open.
Now,
Yes.
you mentioned Pico Boys, the golf course, but also I believe Whittier Fertilizer is going to be closed as well, correct?
No, they're not. They did encroach a little bit onto government land, and they've since removed. But there's nothing that we're doing to close.
So where
Whittier
they're at,
Fertilizer.
that's their private land then?
That's correct.
Okay, so from my understanding is, from what I've heard, it's going to be roughly 100 yards back out from where where the current dam is at right now?
Yeah, and in fact, we're not purchasing any real estate to do
Right.
this project. We're doing this all on government
On your
property.
land.
So there will not be any new property bought or, taken for this property.
We've had a lot of support from both the golf course, obviously, from our students. That's where they practice, and that's
Yeah.
where they golf. We also do a lot of fundraising through there, through our golf course for our students, in form of scholarships as well as with Pico Boys. We have baseball events and tournaments to help our students along the way. Is there going to be any funding availability or support from this program to our students, whether it be through scholarships, whether it be through transportation to find our kids the next closest golf course in the area to help them? Will funding be made available to our district?
Yeah, and I can certainly appreciate the question and the understanding. Because those are areas that are owned and maintained by the U.S. government, and were out-granted for you all to take advantage of when we didn't need those lands to operate and maintain our project, I'm precluded from spending monies to offset any changes to the folks as we take those land back to operate and maintain our project. The analogy I gave at the town hall the other night, and it's not a perfect analogy, but if you had a farm, and you had a 40-acre farm, and there was 10 acres you weren't using, and you let your neighbor use it for a little bit of time, but then you needed those 10 acres, you're not going to compensate your neighbor for the investment he made on those 10 acres. You're going to say, I'm glad you got to use it, but I need to take it back to do what I need to do. What I don't like about that analogy is I'm not taking this land back to do what I need to do. I'm taking this land back to make sure this dam is safe for you guys. And those 2 parks happen to be critical locations where I've got to get that French drain feature in. Those are some of the most vulnerable sands I've got for erosion. I get that this is going to be a significant cultural impact to the community. And if there's anything I could do to avoid it, I would. But I can't spend federal tax dollars compensating you for something that we were happy to give you when we didn't need it to operate and maintain the dam, but now that we need to use it during construction, I can't compensate you for that loss. I do hope that we can get you guys back into those locations and you guys can find some beneficial use for them when we're said and done.
Speaking of the cultural impact on the Pico Rivera Sports Arena, I do know, and I've been waiting for this day to come, and unfortunately it's here, but I know it's something that has to happen. But the closure of the road is going to limit the amount of visitors to the sports arena, and that being such a cultural center, not only to our community, but the communities around us as well. And I know that you already stated from your previous presentation that you're going to do everything possible to work with the city. But, I do hope that you do whatever is within your capacity to be able to maintain the sports arena, help the sports arena maintain open and have the capacity that it's needed, because it's a multi-family, multicultural center that is known worldwide, and the impact that it's going to cause by the closure of that street is going to be immense. And it is multi-generational. I mean, my parents went, I currently go, my kids are going, our students go. You know, the mariachi, the folklorico, they go. And it's a cultural hub for the world. And I say for the world because we have people from Mexico that come and compete here, from other countries as well that come to compete here. So that is going to be very detrimental to our community. So I hope whatever you can do, what's in your hands, and I completely understand. It's your land. You can do basically whatever you want with it. But at the same time, we've enjoyed it for a very long time. And the benefits that we've received as a community and from our students is immense, and I would hate for that to go away.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And really, it's all our land, right? I'm just a steward of it. All taxpayers are paying for this land to make sure that this dam is functioning. We have committed to the city to work with them if they can engage an engineering firm to look for an alternate route of access. There are permits that allow us to modify federal works for things like that. We're happy to engage with those conversations as soon as they're ready to, and we'll work with them diligently to make sure that if there is a way to provide an alternate access, that it's compatible with our dam and keeps that thing as operational as possible. So,
thank you again for the presentation. I appreciate your transparency in hearing it the second time again. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. Trustee Mejia?
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. I have heard it before. I heard it with the city council meeting. I appreciate you raising the awareness for our community and all the future planning that you have to get our community involved and so that they know what's happening. I did see that there was some misinformation being posted, and I'm glad that it's being addressed. I share the same concerns regarding the sports arena as well. It is a cultural hub for us. It's our identity. And I know that it is important for students. There's competitions there. So I'm hoping that we as a board can advocate for funding to keep it open, to help. I understand that that's beyond your means, but since it is part of our identity, I think it would be our responsibility to advocate for our students because they do use it as well. With that said, I am very thankful for the safety that you're going to be bringing to our community. Thank you for the use of the land that we've had. As has been previously stated, our students, our community, we've used it. The golf course, it's been great. I really, truly appreciate that. And just the only question that I do have is, do you offer any assistance with hazard mitigation plans?
In terms of being prepared for flood risks?
Yes.
Things like that? Yeah, and in fact, I funded a very specific interactive inundation map tool that we've shared with your city that talks about various inundation scenarios, whether it be releases from the San Gabriel River or, God forbid, a dam failure. And we've shared that with them, and they've got those tools. And we're happy to help engage with any emergency planning that we can do for them. I'll tell you that I mentioned this either at the city council or the town hall, maybe both. This is the 6th or 7th project I've worked on of this magnitude. There's always a ball field. I don't know what it is about our dams and ball fields, but they go together like bread and butter. And there's always an impact to a small community next to our dam. You guys are the biggest community we've dealt with adjacent to our dam. Your city management has been laser focused on trying to keep you guys safe. I've never seen any of those communities be so interested in making sure that their all hazard planning and flood risk mitigation programs are updated accordingly associated with this. So that's really a credit to the city of Pico Rivera. I've been very, very impressed. And we're committed to providing them any tools or help or support we can give them associated with that. And that is legitimate use of our funding.
Thank you. And the reason I requested that is because I have requested in the past a hazard mitigation plan for our own district.
Sure.
Currently, LA County Office of Education has one in works. So yeah, definitely knowing the resources that are there that we could possibly use are appreciated. Thank you.
Well, and I can share that tool with you guys as well, too. So just, grab my contact information. Be happy to get you in touch with our folks, if you've got GIS capability, we can share things for you. If you just want to put on Google Earth layers, we can pretty much show you just about any flooding scenario you might be interested in.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Trustee Saavedra?
Thank you for the information. Has there been any thought to maybe fortifying Workman Mill Road, which is on the other side of the freeway? And then that, the impacts of that, because we have our local community college right up that road, which is Rio Hondo, and there is a lot of traffic that travels down that street. I don't know if you guys have looked at that, or...
No, that, I'm not sure I'm following, but fortifying a road beyond outside our dam would be beyond the scope of this project.
Okay. And just because I don't know what a 1,000-year storm looks like, what is the closest thing in our lifetime that we've seen?
You have it.
Okay.
We've held nothing but puddles behind that dam, believe it or not, since it was built. We've had two what we call pools of record. One was in the 60s, one was in the 90s, and they barely touched the storage capacity of this project. Now, to give you some analogies, about 2 winters ago, we had one of those atmospheric rivers, Pineapple Expresses, set up that hit the Central Valley of California pretty significantly. That would have been a storm that I would have been worried about with this dam. I'm not saying it would have failed, but that would have been a storm that we would have been out there closely monitoring and paying close attention to that dam on. So they can happen. They just haven't happened in the life of LA County.
I just have one more question.
Sure.
And then you talked about after the completion, looking at future trail and passive use for green spaces and stuff. What part of the process? Is it right after completion, or like when do you start planning that?
We're happy to engage in conversations with the city as they think about what kind of park space they'd like to converse with them and with designers anytime they want. Couldn't officially out-grant it until we were done with construction, but there's no reason to wait till we're done for construction to be planning, and I think it would make sense to coordinate with us as early and often as possible, and that's what we've committed to make sure that whatever you guys are investing in terms of planning would actually be compatible with the end state of the dam. So that can start anytime.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Saavedra. I just want to echo the sentiments of my board colleagues. Going last, right, they take all your questions and comments, but around the Pico Rivera Sports Arena, just want to make sure I echo those comments and sentiments that it's super important to our community. I did have a question along the lines of the space the recreational space some of it might go away. Is there a percentage that you know like about those parks that we're gonna lose in terms of space?
Total space will be the same. How it's configured will look very differently.
Okay.
So if let me back up. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, yes, yeah.
So this is what the dam looks like now, right? Uncounted grade, say this is Freeman Park.
I'm gonna stop you for just 1 sec, just because we may have people online. We have to.
So this is wireless. I can
Yeah.
hear you with me?
Yes.
Thanks.
Oh, we can hear you well. Just
Modern wondrous world.
There you
Thanks
go.
for saying that. So if the edge of Streamland Park comes out to here, in the future, you're going to have this berm that's going to take up about half of it. And that space can be used for passive recreational space, but we can't have deep penetrations going into there, certainly not plantings. We're talking about something within 6 to 12 inches. We need to, this is an important part of the dam now, and any penetrations on it could harm the modification we do. But then, I don't know, a third or more of what exists there will still be the same. So that's why I was saying the total area will be the same, but it won't be compatible for the kind of things you've got out there now. You won't be able to put a comfort station up there, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. And I just, for my own edification, when you say raise Rosemead and Lincoln, how much are you?
Yeah, great question. About 6 feet.
6 feet?
6 feet is all we've got to get it up, raised to make sure it doesn't overtop. Now, Rosemead will be raised in the exact same alignment it is from now, from about where that upstream bridge is, all the way down to Gallatin. Lincoln will actually, we're going to shift it about 60 feet to the east from where it is right now, as well as raise it. The reason for that is that there is a tremendous amount of utilities, and we're trying to preserve a utility corridor on Old Lincoln. Some of them have to get moved over for other reasons, but its alignment will shift slightly to the east.
And I know we're talking about storms, but we also have fires in that area quite a bit. And are you going to, is that going to be addressed in terms of the current landscape?
Nothing we do will increase fire risks, but I know specifically that we've had discussions with local municipalities about wanting to make sure that their fire departments have access, specifically Montebello, with the amount of oil and gas development that's up there on those hills. So we've coordinated with them accordingly. Fires are always going to be a risk in our basin. We have several every single year that we have to count on the county to help us put us out. Probably the largest risk we have to fires is the amount of unhoused folks that we have that live back in the basin. We're actually just engaging with a law enforcement contract with LA County Sheriff Department to help us reduce that concern. But fires are always going to be a risk in LA County, right? So nothing we're doing should increase that fire risk.
Last question. Do you anticipate anything that affects our schools or on a daily basis? And is there an educational opportunity too for our students to learn about this major project?
I don't anticipate anything would impact them, but yeah, there is a huge opportunity. I think I just broke your remote. Yeah, let's have a conversation about that, because this is a huge piece of civil engineering and a huge project, and you've probably got a lot of future engineers sitting in your schools right now, and what an opportunity for them to find a way to learn about this project. So I bet you we can accommodate that. I think it'd be an awesome opportunity.
Yes, of course. Thank you for that. Thank you. And our superintendent has a question as well.
So just a question, because this is what, 7 years it's going to take to complete, right?
Yeah, I'm hoping less, but trying to set expectations.
So as we talk about the impacts, and I'm thinking that's probably going to be our biggest impact to our students, as maybe we have students traveling on Rosemead Boulevard. How soon is this going to go in phases? How soon are you expecting to close down the roads and, kind of redirect people?
So I think we'll start construction in earnest, by Christmas this year, and it will take a little bit of time to get us started, but not that long. And we'll probably be working concurrently at several locations across the dam. To put that armor into the dam, we're going to be excavating down to get a solid and that excavation out of the dam will actually be used to raise the roads. So it's going to be done concurrently throughout the life of the project.
And I thank you so much for providing us with the information. I know we already have the information on social media for our community, but just to keep in touch with us and let us know as things start to develop, so that we can also make sure that we inform the community of what to expect.
Yeah, like I said, we plan, we're planning a fairly strategic outreach plan, not just leading up to construction, but stay involved during construction with the community as well. So,
I have one more thing.
Yes.
I can tell you how you can keep our community happy is if you bring Marrano Beach back.
I don't even know what that is.
You'll as you
I'm about to learn?
go along, you'll learn.
Okay.
If you bring Marrano Beach back, that's where the wash used to go, right on the east and the west side of Rosemead.
Okay.
That's where I learned how to swim, as a matter of fact.
Really?
Yes.
So my easy button is to bring that beach back.
You bring it back and you'll make everybody happy. That was our closest beach.
I've never found an easy button I've been able to use as a government
That water,
employee.
there was nothing wrong with that water, believe me. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Hey, I would like to follow up with you guys on looking for opportunities for, people who are interested to learn from this project, whether it's us outreaching to your students, or maybe we even find a way to get some of your students out on site to see and learn about that. I think that'd be a tremendous opportunity.
That'd be great.
So,
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys for thinking about that.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
All right. Take a bow, sir. Item 13C, presentation of the El Rancho Unified School District's 2024-2025 audit of bond measure A, EE, and ER. Ms. Gioconda Padilla.
Good evening, Board of Education, Cabinet, colleagues, and the public that is present online, as well as still in the public. I'd like to introduce Monique Manso from Christie White Auditors, and she will be presenting the audits that were completed by the statutory time of March 31st, sent to the state, to the county, and we also shared it with our Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. And I'll hand it over to Ms. Manso, and in the audience, Lily Huttenberg and she's still here? Yes, Laura Lucio, our Assistant Director of Fiscal. They're both here in case there are any additional technical questions.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board President, members of the Board, Superintendent, and Cabinet. Thank you again for having me again. Came out earlier this year. My name is Monique Manzo with Christie White, and I'm here to present the performance and financial audit of the district's Measure A, EE, and ER Bond Building Fund.
Was the clicker still there?
Am I queuing? Oh, okay.
No, that's mine.
I'll continue.
That's my pen. That's my pen, brother. Thank you. I dropped mine.
Okay, give you a signal. So the objective of the financial audit is to determine whether the financial statements of the bond building fund have been fairly presented and are free from material misstatement as of June 30th, 2025. So again, to note, thank you. We're only issuing an opinion on measures A, EE, and ER bond building fund, not the district's financials. We already covered that earlier this year. So our financial audit procedures focus on substantive testing of the financial statement balances, testing of internal controls and compliance. And very similar to the district audit, we're confirming ending balances for balance sheet accounts. So that's cash, accounts payable, accounts receivable if there's any. We're also looking at revenues and expenditures and interfund activities between funds or measures. The objective of the performance audit is to ensure funds are properly expended for purposes outlined within each ballot measure and to verify that the funds used to pay salaries, if any, are allowable. We perform audit procedures outlined within Appendix A of the K-12 State Audit Guide. So it's not just used for state compliance. Jumping into our audit procedures, the main purpose is to, look at expenditures, make sure they're allowable and they're valid and they're properly reported within each measure. So this slide here summarizes our testing coverage by bond measure. So measure A, we tested about 35% of non-payroll expenditures, and there were no personnel or salaries charged to that measure. With measure E, there were no expenditures charged, so testing there was not applicable. And for measure ER, we tested about 27% of non-payroll expenditures. We also reviewed salaries for two employees charged to measure ER for allowability. The next set of procedures is related to bid and change orders. So here we're making sure that the district is following, applicable bidding procedures, and change orders were properly processed and approved. This section did not apply to measure A or measure EE during the 24-25 fiscal year, as there were no bids or change orders that were executed. For measure ER, however, we did select a sample of both bids and change orders. With bids, we reviewed one of 2 contracts that were awarded during the year, specifically to, I believe it's Kaya Services, for the NPR modernization and shade shelter project. With the change orders, we reviewed 2 of 9 change orders that were executed during the year, and these were to 2 contractors, Ledesma and Mayer and Gilbert and Stearns, for the El Rancho High School sports field, stadium, and pool replacement project. We also reviewed, expenditure listings by project and vendor to make sure that there was no indication of bid splitting, and we didn't see any indication of bid splitting during the year. Next is just a summary of our audit opinions over the financial and performance audits. So I'm happy to, come here and let you all know that we issued an unmodified opinion for both the financial statement and performance audits for all 3 measures. Congratulations, that's the best audit opinion we can issue. There were no findings related to the performance piece, so, nothing with expenditure related or bids or change order related. However, we did have 1 finding related to the financial statement section of our audit. So jumping into the financial statement finding 2025-001, this might look familiar to you as it was a reported finding in 23-24 fiscal year for all 3 measures. Really, what happened here is although the district's building fund, Fund 21 itself, was properly stated, it was there was no issues with Fund 21. Diving deeper into each resource or each measure, what we found were there were multiple accounts requiring proper allocation, which then led to adjusting entries within each measure. So here we're recommending that the district provide training and preparation of financial statements, specifically during the closing time of the year. So, come June 30th, really making sure that you're reviewing closing entries and making sure that revenues, AR, AP, expenditures, they're all properly allocated to each measure. That concludes my presentation of Measure A, EE, and ER Bond Building Fund. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll bring it to questions to the board. Trustee Saavedra.
I have no questions.
Thank you. Trustee Mejia?
Yes, thank you. So, going back to the findings, is that, and maybe a question for Gio or Ms. Suttenberg, is it related to anything at all dealing with key analytics? Because we did get them to support, but it's strictly from the business.
I'm going to have Lily explain the process and how the accounts were structured, or we didn't allocate it in the correct structure. So I'll let her explain that.
Correct. So it's all within Fund 21, but what El Rancho has done is they opted to add, for the resource code, it's Fund 21 and then resource code all 0, and then so the first measure that was issued is a 0, and then the second measure that was issued, it's a 1. That was Measure A, and then Measure EE is 2, and then Measure ER was 3. And then we had the ban, which was then considered like the 4th measure, our first series, our issuance. So within that, during the transitions of staffing and the changes within staffing, they didn't realize that there are different resource codes for the different measures. So it's still all within Fund 21, but it's just the difference between that resource code. So that's why the finding, yes, it could have been avoided, but just between all the staffing changes and during year-end closing, it was overlooked. And so the auditors, Monique, has provided us with the audit adjustment to correct that issue going forward. We have trained staff, and we do have the fiscal staffing we're fully, now we're fully staffed, so we have the training in place, we have the staffing in place, and we also have the support of the project manager as well. So we have, checks and balances in place.
Got it. And so there's an actual, like it's coded now. So it's, say that staffing changes occur again. Someone comes in for the bond. All that's in place so that it does not occur again.
Correct. And the other thing is we're closing out some of the older issuance. So this way you won't see like resource 0 at the end, because that was measure A and that was now probably obsolete. So that's the other checks and balances that we will have in place going forward. And there has to be, of course, we're going to have more, like I said earlier, training. And so they will know exactly which measures are still active and which measures we're still using as a district.
Got it. And that was going to be my other question because I misunderstood. So 0 is measure A.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
And if I may add, another thing that took place was we agreed on identifying each project at the goal level of the account structure. So that way, historically, regardless of what measure, regardless of the funding source, whether it came from deferred capital Fund 40 or the bond fund itself, the goal will always identify the project. So we've developed that, and we do have a sheet where that is tracked, and everyone that is involved in this process reviews, and we discuss, and we implement and maintain that standard.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Trustee Contreras?
Thank you for the presentation. On the, you said that you reviewed 2 salaries for Measure ER, I believe. Is that a certain percentage, or is there a certain number you got to go by, or?
No, with that, it's just reviewing personnel salaries that are charged and making sure that they're allowable.
But are you required to do up to a certain amount, or is it a certain percentage of the amount?
No, there's typically not an amount, just because it's typically I haven't seen a full employee salary charged to a bond. It's normally a percentage or, a percentage of FTE since they're not fully dedicated to the bond.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. Trustee Perez?
You might have already answered this, but when it says repeat finding yes, prior year finding 2024, or what, is that just meaning that it's the same finding as what you mentioned before, Ms. Mejia?
Yes, it's a repeat finding, sorry.
Okay, that was the only clarification because I was looking for the presentation. But it's just this is what we did last year. Is that what you were saying as well?
Yeah, I think actually, yes, 23, 24 year.
So just to follow up with that, if we did it last year and we're also doing it this year, you're saying it's because of staffing? That's what you were saying, and the way that they coded it with the 1, 2, 3? Is that why we repeated?
So this is for the fiscal year 24-25. The reference made as a repeat finding was for the year 23-24. And during that period of time, we changed assistant director of fiscal. We had several openings within the fiscal department. There was a lot of things happening at that time. So the staffing situation has stabilized. As Lily mentioned, we're fully staffed in fiscal, and we do have that continuity now.
Okay. So next year, hopefully, we won't see this finding, is what you're saying?
That is correct, because it is being corrected as we're almost done with that correction. So that is it's in progress, and for year-end closing, that will be part of the exercise that we'll be doing.
Okay, that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Perez. Thank you very much for the presentation. I don't have any different questions, so really appreciate your time this evening.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item 14. We have a series of first readings, so bear with me for board policy updates.
First one, 14A, receive for first reading Board Policy 3312, contracts. Are there any board comments? Hearing none, moving on to 14B, receive first reading Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 3320, claims and actions against the district. Are there any board comments? Hearing none, 14C, receive for first reading Board Policy 3470, debt, insurance, and management. Any board comments? Hearing none, 14D, receive for first reading revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 3515.4, recovery for property loss or damage. Any board comments? Hearing none, 14E, receive for first reading Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 3580, District Records. Any board comments? Hearing none, 14F, receive for first reading revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6142.7, Physical Education and Activity. Any board comments? Trustee Mejia?
Let us know what the weather protocols are. It could be on the weekly update. How's it?
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Hearing no other comments, 14G, receive for first reading revised Board Policy 6146.1, high school graduation requirements. Any board comments? Hearing none, 14H, receive for first reading revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6146.3, reciprocity of academic credit. Any board comments? Hearing none, 14I, receive for first reading revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6175, migrant education program. Any board comments? Hearing none, 14J, receive for first reading Board Policy 7000, concepts and roles. Any board comments? Hearing none, 14K, receive for first reading Board Policy 7131, relations with local agencies. Any board comments? Okay. Hearing none, we move on to item 15, comments and reports by Superintendent and Cabinet. Superintendent?
Yes, thank you. So this first item that I want to talk to you about, I'm extremely proud of two of our administrators here in our district, Ms. Isela Castañon, who was recognized as our Whittier Area School Administrator of the Year for Curriculum and Instruction, and Mr. Dave Sermetto, who was named the AXA Region 15 Award winner for Alternative Education. We were celebrating at the AXA banquet dinner. It was on Friday. We had lots of fun. We were there in community. We really enjoyed celebrating our colleagues and recognizing all of their hard work. I know how much they do for the district and how much they care, so congratulations to both of them. The next thing that I wanted to share was that I had the opportunity to go to the No Kid Hungry event alongside Billy Saavedra, our Director of Food Services, Margaret Renteria, Assistant Director of Food Services, and Connie Hernandez, Department Secretary of Food Services. Lots of fun, dressed to the nines. They were all beautifully, in their nice dresses, and it was just an amazing evening. No Kid Hungry just loves El Rancho Unified, and I'd like to bring them at some point to our board meeting for the recognition. They've awarded us, I believe, most recently, Gio, an $80,000 grant So I know how much they want to help our school district, and they're always open to, talking to us. And I know Billy has said a lot of wonderful things about them. It was just a beautiful event, really, recognizing the need to feed our children and to make things available to them. I know that the $80,000, we are purchasing, I believe, 4 electric mobile carts. So it'll be good for us to be able to get our food around and be able to do that easier. And then lastly, I wanted to just say that I had also, it was a month full of a lot of fun because we went to the mini pitch celebration at Bernie Tech. What a nice event. So much celebration, so much opportunity again for our students from outside organizations coming to help our Pico Rivera. And really, just putting our district on the map because, we're not easily selected. They're looking at what our district represents, who we are, and that's why they're coming out to really to recognize and to provide us with those opportunities. And I was also truly excited about having Landon Donovan here and taking a picture with them. But I just want to thank LA Galaxy again and the U.S. Soccer Foundation for doing that for our school district. Thank you. It was the number 3? Oh, yes. Go ahead. Yes, please.
And also, we're proud that about a week later, so we've been talking about it. So now the U.S. Soccer Foundation has confirmed that there is a donor. We don't know who it is yet, and that we're going to be receiving a 3rd mini pitch.
Sure. Thank you very much, Superintendent. Moving on to item 16, Board of Education announcements and acknowledgements. So we start with Trustee Contreras.
Thank you. I'd like to first of all start off by acknowledging and congratulating all the students that were recognized, the student athletes that were recognized today, their recognitions and awards. Goes without saying, being a student athlete myself, we hear a lot of good stories, and some of those, a good majority of those were already committed to 4-year institutions moving forward and continuing their athletic desires and wants to make themselves better, right? And I've always fought for the student athletes, so it makes me very proud that these student athletes are continuing and moving forward. So I want to just again thank the superintendent and staff for having these presentations to recognize your student athletes. So thank you very much. I attended the district band night, and it's one of the there's a lot of events to look forward to going to, but one of the better ones I love because Burke, Rivera, North Park, and El Rancho, all the bands get together and they all get to play together, and it gives our younger students a look at what El Rancho High School is and what they have to look forward to, and how awesome Mr. Rush is doing, as well as the other the band teachers at the junior highs are doing. So it was a great event, capped off by the song that they did as a group, and I believe it's entitled Pico Rivera, right? Which is awesome. It was written a long time ago. I guess it was a hidden gem, and our bands are slowly bringing it back to life. I think Mr. Matthews played part in writing that song a long time ago or something. I also attended the Sky Zone, the grand opening, representing the district. It's a great place to go, a great place for our students, for our young ones, but also a great place for our graduates to go and work there. I did, at the grand opening, there was quite a few El Rancho alumni working there. So congratulations to Sky Zone, their grand opening. I attended the Smith Park and RBA opening days, which are the baseball organizations here. We have a lot of our students that also play in those organization. So I'd like to wish each and every player there good luck in their season. They're about halfway through, so good luck to both of them. We had our board retreat, which was very inspirational. We got a lot of work done, and I think we're better off from it as a board, as an individual as well. So I want to thank again Superintendent Dora Soto Delgado for putting that board retreat together for us. I also attended the first track invitational, or the how would I say, the bringing it back, right? Because we used to have track invitationals back in the day. So I want to thank Mr. Perea for putting that invitational to be able to get that going. I know it takes a lot of work and a lot of effort. There were tons of schools there, had a great time, and also we got to showcase again our sports, our facilities there, the stadium, all of the fields basically. I mean, there was kids everywhere, so that was a great event. And then lastly but not least, I attended the Mamma Mia musical at the Little Theater, and it was phenomenal. It was awesome. I want to congratulate everybody that was involved in doing that. I saw Miss Kim there. I didn't see Mr. Wasik. I was hoping to see him there. I heard that there was going to be, he ended up coming to the dress rehearsal. So I was hoping to see him there. So shout out to Mr. Wasik. But the kids were amazing. The music was great. Some of those vocals was like, wow, where was this? You know, again, talking about hidden gems. It hits a different part of our students. Myself being a builder a set builder back when I was a sophomore back then, so it brought back a lot of good memories, especially with Mr. Wasik. But the musical was just, it was awesome. It was phenomenal. I can't wait. And my wife and I went. We enjoyed it. They thanked us for being there, and now we're scheduled to go to everyone from here on. So it was great, and I can't wait to be able to support them even more in the future. We got big plans for them, I know, but it was awesome. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. Trustee Mejia?
Thank you. So just echoing the same sentiments on our the band night. It was amazing. Brought back great memories. My daughter used to play with North Park. You know, she went to Carnegie Hall, went to the Rose Parade. So truly wonderful memories. And I think that, you know, that's around the corner again for our students because they were amazing. Also want to congratulate Thespian Troupe number 2164 and Mrs. Bejarano. As was previously stated, Mamma Mia was a hit. It was spectacular. I know that when they did the Outsiders, the middle schools were able to see their performance. I'm hoping that happens again because musicals are so fun. Oh my gosh, so inspiring, but really amazing, amazing, amazing. I love our VAPA. And I know that the band is doing great. They're getting awards for the drum line. They're getting awards for their concert band. So just kudos to Mr. Rush and kudos to the middle school band teachers because they're growing the program. They really, really are. I was fortunate enough to attend Congresswoman Linda Sanchez's inaugural Women's History Month breakfast. One of the keynote speakers was El Rancho alum. So I was really proud to see her there, and she's working with one of the unions, and it's great to see those leadership positions that our students are, you know, our previous students are now holding. I attended the CSBA Legislative Action Week, met with office staff from Assemblymember Calderon and Pacheco. I just want to thank Ms. Perez and Trustee Saavedra for also advocating as well. I know that our board president went to coast and went on a federal level, but appreciate everyone's advocacy. Just wanted to let everyone know that the CTAG, the SOS Close the Achievement Gap, 4 bills sailed through the Assembly Ed Committee, and the next process will be them going to the Senate. Attended the open houses, soft ribbon cutting at Valencia, which was great, and just one of the highlights for me at the open house, besides the soft ribbon cutting and seeing all the classrooms, was visiting the Mommy and Me class. I was able to see our youngest learners again. in action and with the parents. The parents are really happy with the quality of instruction because it's not babysitting, it's not playing, it's instruction. They have a wonderful program there. I was also happy to attend On a Roll, the student recognition program. I want to thank Mr. Cochran, our Superintendent of Student Supports, because it was a wonderful event. Very well done. Thank you. The mini pitch was really fun as well, and having London Donovan there was amazing. I also attended the Run the Ranch Track and Field Invitational. That's what they're naming it now. Before it was the El Rancho Relays, but this is fun too. And it's really neat to hear the comments from other community members. People were saying, "Can I transfer here?" I'm like, "Yes, please do." But they love the facilities, and it was a great invitational. Kudos to Coach Perea and to the rest of the coaches as well. I've attended a lot of webinars for green grants. LACO had a Green Schools 4-part webinar and in person as well. And it culminated today with the Green School Symposium. So I have a lot of information to share. There are so many opportunities for grants. Oh my goodness, a lot of opportunities, and just how green schools impact our students, the possibilities. It's education literacy, of the climate literacy, right? But also for their social emotional well-being if we have greener facilities, and just the future, right? Because it's getting hotter. The extreme weather, it's real. Unfortunately, we had some people there today that when we were polled, what do you think about this? And some people still don't believe it. But we need to invest in the future. We need to invest in our students. LACO has amazing resources, and I'm going to go ahead and share all that with you. For LACSTA, our LA County Trustee Association meeting, we also had something related to green schools. It was featuring climate action pathways, because there are green pathways as well. So I'll be sending that information over to you. And 2 more webinars that I attended. One was with LACO, and they were offering, highlighting all the resources that the LA County Parks and Rec has. Did you know that we have opportunities to go for free to field trips, Descanso Gardens? They will even provide buses. So there's a lot of opportunities as well, and I will send that information over. And just the last one is I attended California Department of Education high dosage tutoring. A lot of free resources as well. I will send that information over. Just my last thing, I just want to congratulate the art contest winners for Earth Day that the city had. We had an El Rancho High School student and a Rivera Middle School student win the art contest, and their artwork is being displayed in the trucks. That was through NASA? Yes, it was through NASA, and I planted 2 trees that day with my daughter. They were right next to each other, and they are called Peanut Butter and Jelly. So that concludes my report. Thank you for letting me share all this information. I'm really excited and passionate about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Trustee Perez?
I will be short. Good evening. I've been studying more at the doctor's. Sorry. So I do, and I just want to echo just because what Ms. Mejia said with the Mommy Me program, I've seen the vocabulary change in the preschoolers, the ones that graduated from the first class of the Mommy Me program last year. And they are just incredible. The reading, the vocab, so I'm just so excited that we're continuing it. And I also failed to mention it before for the adult school. My mom took classes at the adult school a couple of years back, and just the confidence for us of hearing what the parents are saying, it just truly, truly echoes what this community is doing. I did attend the Legislative Action Week. So thank you, Mr. Pedro, for taking the initiative. I had a baby in the background who was not having a great day, but it was awesome to hear, just to see everyone from the different districts, because we're all here for the common cause, and to advocate and to get faces in front of the lobbyists to make sure they know we're here. We're not staying quiet, and we need to advocate for kids. Unfortunately, even though I really, really wanted to, I didn't attend the Coast to Coast, but I'm hoping to in the future, because I think it just, I know Mr. LaFarga shared some insights with us, specifically the AI piece, and I just It's so much resources that we can learn from. I know right now it's crunch mode for a lot of teachers, testing, finishing up year-end projects. So I just want to wish all the students the best on the testing. My dad always told me, just do your best, try your best. You know, the pressure sometimes about perfection. So I just wish everybody the best on their AP, on their state exams, whatever that would be. And I send my biggest regards to the teachers and staff, making sure that everything is counted, making sure all the preparation, excitement at the schools to prepare for it. Thank you for that. I again couldn't. I have a million doctor visits, so I couldn't attend the mini pitch. But I do want to give a shout out again to Gabriel Soyo. He's a Pico Rivera native who I know made it happen with the LA Galaxy, and I'm super excited for the third mini pitch because it's just growing, and especially with the World Cup coming in. One of my goals that I've been pushing Gate for is to see if we can have some type of soccer clinic, if not this year, maybe next year, to continue to program not just a space, but to make sure that there's some programming that we can continue. I did. I just want to echo back to the Dolly Parton program where they provide free books for every child between the ages of 0 and 5 to every household in Pico Rivera. They wanted to expand it to other districts, so I'm going to be talking to the WASTA group that I am a part of to see if anyone is interested and to see if we could bring that to Pico Rivera just to increase that literacy at just such a young age. And two more things. I want to give a huge shout out to the social media team. I saw that they posted the driver's ed so that we can expand that to all our students, that we have the driver's ed program if they to take advantage of it. And last, I just wanted to end with this is Infertility Awareness Week, and so I think it's a crucial, education to be mindful of others, to pray for those who might be going through hard times. And so that is all. I will be there physically, finally, after all these doctor visits, for the next board meeting. I hope to bring the baby. That's all.
Thank you, Trustee Perez. We can't wait to meet the baby. Trustee Saavedra?
Every time somebody talks, my thing changes because I remember, I was there. So last month was a little rough. Was sick a couple weeks, and I was also traveling. So I did take part in Legislative Week, which was always a good time. Bless you.
Trustee Saavedra?
Yes.
Can we extend the meeting time
it's
before
9:28, yes.
Yes. So can I have a motion to extend the meeting time till 11 o'clock?
Motion to extend it to 11?
Thank you. Roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra?
Yes.
Trustee Mejia?
Yes.
Trustee Contreras? Yes. Trustee Perez?
No one over the age of 18, yes.
And myself, yes. Okay. Motion passes. We have extended the meeting. Continue, please.
So I can talk to 11 now?
Yes.
Okay. I visited a couple of schools for open house. I was able to stop in at Bernie and McGee, Rivera Middle. That's where I kept bumping into Miss Renteria from the adult school, who's doing a phenomenal job getting the name out there. I went to South Ranchito to the anniversary open house. I love South Ranchito and everything that they're doing over there. They have a group of parents, amazing parents, that are spreading autism awareness, autism acceptance. And so, that's very near and dear to my heart. So I want to thank them. They might not be listening, but know that you are appreciated. Parent warriors, that's what we need, right? There was performances, there was an open house, they had the innovation lab open. It was just a celebration at South Ranchito, and it was a really good time. I was able to go to North Ranchito. I know Mr. Contreras was always talking about his sister. Well, now I'm going to talk about your sister. She did a phenomenal job at the career fair. It was very well organized. The kids were just having a good old time, and so everybody that participated in that and helped with that, thank you. I did miss Mama Mia, but I heard from many parents that they did a great job. So congratulations to Ms. Bejarano. Congratulations to all the kids and everyone that participated in that, from the kids that were out selling the waters and stuff in the front, to the set makers, to everybody in that troop. You guys are awesome. I missed the Run the Ranch as well. I really wanted to go to that one. So congratulations to Mr. Perea and everybody that came out for that. I know I had other things to say, but I'm going to keep it short. I'm not going to go to 11, guys. Thank you so much, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Trustee Saavedra. So I'll tell you why you missed the Run the Ranch, because I missed it too. Because we went to a learning lab. So I'll share that for you. So I had shared with our board colleagues that we got invited to participate in what's called a Watershed Learning Labs program. It's sponsored by Water Education for Latino Leaders. It's a free program, and it's a 2-day process, and the first day was on the day of the Run the Ranch. We have one coming up this weekend. That's our second session. And the program is aimed to educate local leaders, school officials, students, and community members on water policy, environmental stewardship, and multi-benefit green infrastructure on or within schools. Its purpose is to support school districts in identifying feasible, community-driven campus projects such as converting hard surfaces to green infrastructure, expanding outdoor learning spaces, and integrating environmental education. There's a lot more that can be shared, but we had myself and Trustee Saavedra, we had Principal Goyanaga, Ms. Leal from the high school, two of students, one I think was from the Student Advisory Council. We had our grounds crew lead, Mr. Manuel Valdez. And the goal here is to come back this weekend to work on a project and propose it. So we're excited to go back and continue our learning, and we'll share that out as see what we come up, what great plan we come up with. But it's just a great learning opportunity. We visit a couple of schools in the San Gabriel Valley as a part of the first day, and the Robles Water Center as well, which is amazing for our students to see. Recently, last week, this is the top of mind, the Coast to Coast advocacy trip. Was honored to represent our district in our advocacy efforts. I did share the issues that were being advocated for through CSBA and AXA, and we were advocating for full funding for IDEA, increased funding for CTE and workforce development, strengthening online security and safety for students. And so that was the focus of the California contingency. We had already met with our Congresswoman the week before. She invited the local districts to an education roundtable where she laid out her educational priorities and gave us kind of the landscape of the political scene as well. It was just great to connect with her in her office here locally, and we met with her staff in her Capitol office as well. So I want to thank our colleagues from Los Nietos that embraced me as their own board member for the 3 days that I was there, and I spent a lot of time with Superintendent Rubalcalva and his 2 board members as well. So really great trip. Echoing the sentiments about the district all-district band concert, that was just super amazing, high energy, just very touching, emotional for me just to see it. The kids are just awesome. You could see how, I think Rivera Miro is the youngest, right, that's starting the band, but now you just see where they're getting better as a band, and Miss P doing a fantastic job developing, and all of them, right? But just to see the growth of the students as well. I participated in the Read Across America Rivera Elementary morning reading program. Was able to read to one of the classes there, which was a lot of fun. The mini pitch goes without saying when you meet USA soccer royalty. I'm a big soccer guy, so he's very humble. Landon Donovan is a very humble human being, and just great to connect and see the pitch roll out for our Bernie community. I was also humbled and honored to be invited to present the Galaxy game ball the next day at the Galaxy game. and kind of a surreal experience, right? When you're just standing in the field and wondering, what do I do? But the biggest treat was also the fact that they gave me a jersey with my name on it, which I did not expect. So that was pretty awesome. So I'll cherish that memory, and thank you for providing that opportunity, Superintendent. Site visits, along with our superintendent, we visited Rio Vista, North Ranchito, Steam, and Bernie. A lot of great instruction going on. Kids, the climate of each school, the behavior for me at that moment in time was great to see and very positive and engaging. My biggest takeaway at every classroom we went into, a student ambassador came up to us and said, "Can I show you around?" And I said, "Absolutely." And that's heartwarming to see a little kid just walk up to you confident and tell you everything without reading anything. This is this, and this is this. I mean, that was just awesome. It was great. So congratulations to our principals at the sites, to the teachers in the classrooms. They're doing a fantastic job. I think that's it. Well, actually, yesterday got to participate in the Pico Rivera Chamber of Commerce golf tournament supporting the Wesley Cruz Scholarship fundraiser. So we did our part to donate for scholarships as well, and so hopefully that'll create more opportunities for funds for our students. So yeah, that is my report. So thank you very much for indulging me. Okay, we can move on to item 17, our consent agenda. I know before I ask for items to be pulled, I think we have a correction.
Yes, we have a correction. Mr. Cochran.
We do have one correction, please. It's item 17.B.1. Both the board item and the contract should also include Ruben Salazar High School. It says El Rancho High School was El Rancho District High School students.
Okay.
So I want to clarify that.
Thank you for that. Okay, board members, are there any items that you would like to pull? Okay, hearing none at this time, may I have a motion to approve the agenda with a correction on item 17B, including Salazar High School and in the topic there? May I have a motion?
So moved.
May I have a second? Thank you. Roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra?
Yes.
Trustee Mejia?
Yes.
Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
No one in the room over 18, yes.
Thank you. And myself, yes. Consent agenda is approved. Moving on to item 18, new business action items. 18A, Superintendent's Office. Approve amendment number 1 to the school supplemental law enforcement service agreement between the El Rancho Unified School District and the County of Los Angeles for supplementary law enforcement services. May I have a motion?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra? Yes. Trustee Mejia?
Yes.
Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
No one in the room over 18, yes.
Thank you, and myself, yes. Motion passes. Item 18A2, adopt resolution number 2025-2026, recognizing the month of April as National Autism Acceptance Month. May I have a motion? Have a second?
Second.
Thank you, and I believe Mr. Dean Cochran will share some additional information.
Thank you. Good evening. We'd like to take this moment this evening to recognize April as Autism Awareness Month, or as Autism Acceptance Month, at a time dedicated not only to increasing that awareness and understanding, but also to fostering acceptance, inclusion, and respect for neurodiversity. Autism is not a single story. It's a diverse range of experiences, strengths, and challenges. Many autistic individuals bring unique perspectives, talents, and ways of thinking that enrich our communities in meaningful ways. At the same time, barriers, social, educational, and systemic, can make full participation more difficult than it should be. Awareness is an important first step, but is not the end goal. What truly matters is how we act on that awareness, by listening, by learning, by making intentional choices that create more inclusive spaces for everyone. Whether in our schools, our workplaces, or public services, we all have a role to ensure that people on the spectrum are supported, respected, and given equal opportunities to thrive. As we move forward with this resolution, we want to focus attention and celebrate this month as a reminder of our shared responsibility to build a community where differences are not just acknowledged, but valued. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. Any comments from the board? Yes, please.
I was talking to somebody today, and I mentioned that I've been advocating for my son for the last 16 years, and we found out he was on the spectrum. So I guess my message is to Darren, you never stop being an advocate. And you might get tired, you might get weary, but you keep going. And the people that we're talking about, they didn't know their daycare students with IEPs go to Rio Hondo. They have a great disability center there. We have ELARs, we have people that are willing to hold your hand and walk you through those things. So I myself will volunteer. You come to a school board meeting early. I'm usually here a little bit early, and it's just so important, right? And I appreciate that this is not autism awareness. This is acceptance, because that's what we really need to know. So,
Thank you, Trustee Saavedra. Any other comments? I do want to share, my wife was wearing an Autism Acceptance Month t-shirt. I think we were walking into one of our track meets, and one of the spectators who is always at our sporting events said, "That's me." And what that told me is this is who I am, and he was able to name it and embrace it, and my wife just said, "That's right." And it was just a really, really powerful moment. Very simple, but powerful. So I think the more we do that and make it safe spaces for people to talk about it and have those conversations, it's very powerful. So I just wanted to share that I think really touched my heart. So thank you very much. So let's go for a roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra?
Yes.
Trustee Mejia?
Yes.
Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
No one over the age of 18 in the room, yes.
And myself, yes. Motion passes. Item 18A3, adopt resolution number 23, 2025, 2026 to order biennial governing board election. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra?
Yes.
Trustee Mejia?
Yes.
Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
No one in the room over 18, yes.
And myself, yes. Motion passes. Item 18B, Division of Business Services. 18B1, adopt resolution number 24, 2025, 2026 in support of fiscal year 2027 community project funding application for the El Rancho School Science and Innovation Building. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion or comments?
Excited about the possibility.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that. Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra?
Yes.
Trustee Mejia?
Yes.
Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
No one in the room over the age of 18, yes.
Myself, yes. Motion passes. Item 18B2, acceptance of Measure A General Obligation Bond Building Fund Audit Report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra?
Yes.
Trustee Mejia?
Yes.
Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
No one in the room over the age of 18, yes.
And myself, yes. Motion passes. Item 18B3, acceptance of Measure EE General Obligation Bond Building Fund Audit for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra? Yes. Trustee Mejia?
Yes.
Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
No one in the room over 18, yes.
Thank you. Myself, yes. Motion passes. Item 18B4, acceptance of Measure ER General Obligation Bond Building Fund Audit Report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra?
Yes.
Trustee Mejia?
Yes.
Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
No one in the room over 18, yes.
Thank you. Myself, yes. Motion passes. Item 18B5, approve a school-connected organization, El Rancho Wrestling and Pico Punishers Boosters Club, Inc. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Okay. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes. Trustee Mejia?
I just want to thank Gio for getting this on the agenda. We have some amazing parents. We really do. And I've had the pleasure of interacting with some of the wrestling parents. They're great. And I know that this is going to help our students, our coaches, just the support that's there. So I'm really happy to see this on the agenda. Thank you.
I also want to say thank you for bringing this to us. This is proven in our band that having a boosters club really brings forth the best of our kids, and it brings the support that our students need for something like this. So I'm very excited to see what this group booster club is going to do with our wrestling team, and seeing the success that they had this year. And tonight, with some of the student athletes being here and being recognized, and us making it, one of our student athletes making it to a state competition. So I'm very excited. So thank you for bringing it to the board.
Great. Thank you very much. Any additional comments? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra? Yes. Trustee Mejia?
Yes.
Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
No one in the room over 18, yes.
And myself, yes. Motion passes. Item 18B6, approve additional Citizens Bond Oversight Committee nominee. May I have a motion?
Moved.
Second.
Okay. Discussion? Questions?
I do have a question on this one. So it's for the additional member. I get that. I believe on the website it states that the three members that are listed were going to be approved. So we're approving them for another term, because that's what the website says. Pending board approval for the third term.
Which expires in February 27, if I recall correctly. Okay. I'll double check and provide an update.
If you could just check on the language that, because it makes it seem like pending board approval. So like, what are they listed because we're approving them today? I wasn't clear on that.
Okay.
But so it's just approving the one person.
One person, yes.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions? Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra? Yes. Trustee Mejia?
Yes.
Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
No one in the room over the age of 18, yes.
Myself, yes. Motion passes. Item 18B7, approve the allocation of ELOP funds for elementary multi-purpose room modernization projects. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Any questions or comments? I do just want to ask, just probably for transparency, because the ELOP has been primarily articulated for after school. And so just so the community is aware, how are these funds allowable to be spent on modernization?
So the fact that we have the school day and the extended school day for under the program called ELOP, or Extended Learning Opportunity Program, we calculate the cost of that facilities as an allowable use, considered cost sharing. So with that, what we're saying here is that the additional hours after the instructional day is for the after-school program. And in that context, there is an authorized method that we had been also advised by our auditors, Christie White auditors, as well as in review of the state guidelines, that with this methodology of calculating the expenditure of what we have invested with the bond funds, to share the cost for the Extended Learning Opportunity Program. So that is the mechanism, and that is what is allowed. And I also provided, for transparency, the spreadsheet on how all of that was calculated, and to ensure that everyone understood that it's not just a random number, it's not just a random percentage, but rather a thorough review of all expenditures of how much it's cost using the bond fund to modernize those spaces for our kids that are going to be used beyond the school day.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, for sharing that. Okay. Any questions or comments? Okay. Hearing none, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra? Yes. Trustee Mejia?
Yes.
Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
No in the room over the age of 18, yes.
Okay. And myself, yes. Motion passes. Item 19, recommendations for future agenda items. Board members, are there any agenda items? Trustee Mejia?
Yes. Apologies, I have 6. The first one is information item on CalShape for the middle schools. The second one, oh, may I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. The second one is, I've requested this before, but I'm hoping that we can have a discussion on a district-wide VAPA plan, given that we have Prop 28 and ELOP. May I have a second?
Second.
The third one is an information item. I want to know the specific funding for Mommy and Me.
Second.
Thank you. Fourth one is to recognize the International Thespian Honor Society troupe,
Second.
specifically the seniors. Fifth one is information item. I would like to request a sustainability meeting. We do have 2 board members that are part of a committee, but I would like a meeting with the district staff.
Second.
Thank you. And just the last one is a discussion item on the innovation labs and the DLCs.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Saavedra? Maybe hold it down.
Okay, so I was actually going to ask for the innovation lab and DLP, so a hard second on that one. I would like to see informational item on what all the schools, maybe from the special ed department, they're doing to promote inclusion at the school site.
Second. Sorry.
And
Okay, thank you. Trustee Contreras?
None.
oh, I remember.
Okay, back
I'm
to
sorry.
Trustee Saavedra.
I wanted to see if we could recognize the construction kids that did the little libraries.
Second. No, you're welcome. Thank you. Trustee Perez?
Sorry, I wanted information, I don't know, Gio, if you've heard of it, an information item on the board update. Last year, we discussed excuse me, at Rio Vista, the preschool side, the ground, I believe, it's like the rocks, or not the rocks, the wood chips, and a lot of kids were cutting themselves on it. So if I can just get an update on that, and if we're going to change that, or if I don't believe we've done that already, but if I can get a second on that.
Second.
And then the second thing, I would want to have maybe a presentation in the future. I know that there was a board update on the iReady and the results and data and how it's been working, but I would request that we could do some type of presentation on how iReady has been helping or not helping, with specifically with feedback from teacher input, and maybe like a survey, if I can get a second.
Second.
And that's all.
Thank you, Trustee Perez. I do not have any additional items at this time. So we can move on to item 20, adjourn the regular board meeting of Education adjourn the regular Board of Education meeting of April 21st at 9:55 p.m. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second? Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra? Yes. Trustee Mejia?
Yes.
Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
No one under the over the age of 18, yes.
Thank you, and myself, yes. Meeting adjourned.
Have a good night.